Chapter 367. There were many ways to destroy a person. Su Shi provided one of the most cruel ways. Su Fang was once a famous scholar. He was very knowledgeable and well-versed in Confucianism. He was also very good at debating. Everyone in Linzi knew about Su Fang's arrogance. The people he scolded were not just Su Shi, but also the Jiubao merchants. From the crown prince to the county governors. From the rich and powerful of Qi to the distant Muchu. He had scolded Emperor Chu. As long as he could not stand or felt that it was unfair, he would scold. There was no doubt that he had offended many people, but no one could do anything to him. Because he was famous. The word name came from the mouth. When the ancients walked at night and could not see each other clearly, they would shout their own name to let the other person know. Hence the word. Therefore, the meaning of name could be extended to praise so that it was widely known. Su Fang was highly respected, and his character could be said to be noble. He came from a poor family. When he was still studying at the Sangu Academy, the dean of the academy secretly changed the ranking of the school's essay competition to curry favor with the rich and powerful. The son of the rich and powerful, who was at the bottom of the ranking, was pushed down to second place. This had nothing to do with Su Fang because he was first. But when he found out about this, he tore up the book in anger and swore that he would never be listed with the cheaters. Many people believed that each family sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Who cares about others? And Su Fang defended the justice of the entire academy. It was a great sin for a Confucian scholar to destroy a book, and his literary reputation was even about to be abolished. But the impact of this matter was too great, and it alarmed the Prime Minister at the time, Yan Ping. Yan Ping personally asked about it. Later, the entire Sangu Academy was dissolved, and Su Fang's name spread all over the world. It was precisely because he was such a famous person that his attack on the Jiubao Chamber of Commerce was so immediate. One sentence, blockhead, and another, covering his nose with his sleeve, directly hit the Jiubao merchant's reputation to the bottom. But what did Su Shi do? He didn't do anything other than replying to her with a casual sentence. 7 years had passed, so long that Su Fang might not even remember that he had scolded the Jiubao merchants. Because he abhorred evil, he had cursed too many people and things. Who were the Jiubao merchants? Su Fang spent most of his time in Linzi, but his hometown was in Xinming County, northwest of Chidu. The Su family was originally a humble family, but because they had produced someone like Su Fang, they were doing pretty well in the area. 7 years later, Su Fang was participating in a scripture debate in Jing. Meanwhile, the Jiubao merchants' business was getting bigger and bigger. At this time, they had already taken control of about 70% of the businesses in Su Fang's hometown, Songqing city of Xinming Prefecture. Su Shi gave the order. In the entire Songqing, not a single merchant was willing to sell anything to the Su family. Daily necessities, rice, oil, and salt were all sold at sky-high prices. They simply couldn't afford it. The Su family wrote a letter to Su Fang, but the letter lingered in the relay station for more than 10 days without being sent out. The Su family could not hold on any longer. Later on, they even tried begging all the way to Linzi, but everywhere they went, the doors were closed. The Jiubao merchants would pay 1 tael of pure gold to any family that refused to give alms. This was known as the closing payment. This expenditure alone cost the Jiubao merchants 100,000 taels of gold. And in exchange for such a huge expenditure, in peacetime, the entire Su family starved to death. From the 73-year-old mother to the wife, who took care of the house, and the 3-year-old son. No one was spared. And from the beginning to the end, Su Shi's people did not lay a finger on the Su family. It was only then that the letter from the Su family miraculously arrived in Su Fang's hands. But when Su Fang rushed back day and night, he was the only one left alive in the Su family. He had no way to file a complaint, and no one was willing to stand up for him. He went to the Jiubao merchants in a frenzy, but was easily subdued by them. He didn't even get to see Su Shi's face. Su Shi only left a sentence for him, saying, "People don't kill famous people." Su Fang's Taoist heart shattered on the spot, and he disappeared without a trace. The reason why this matter did not spread was that the Jiubao merchants wanted to cover it up, and the people of Songqing knew that they were being unjust, so they kept quiet. Some people questioned why the Su family starved to death in peacetime because they couldn't buy food. Could it be that the Jiubao merchants secretly killed them? Su Shi once replied, "Maybe it's because it's missing something." That sentence, in my opinion, "Those who use things to stink people are not as good as the Jiubao merchants," was still mentioned today, but the person who said it never appeared again. Bringing Su Fang to an inn that he secretly controlled, the first thing Cheng Gungxing did was to let him take a bath and change his clothes. "Isn't it better to be more miserable?" Su Fang asked. Jiang Wang glanced at him and understood that this person had never let go of his hatred. When he was living in Yuli workshop and working with the beggars, all he could think about was how to take revenge. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to live a more humble life, so that the delayed revenge would be more violent. "Do you still expect someone to uphold justice for you?" Cheng Gungxing frowned and said, "I don't want you to act pitiful, I want you to act like a famous scholar, arrogant and proud." He racked his brains to find Su Fang, but it wasn't for justice. The so-called justice couldn't protect Su Fang back then. In fact, if the Jiubao merchants hadn't suddenly stabbed him in the back, he wouldn't have thought of this at all. Who Su Fang was and how pitiful he was, what did it have to do with him? "I don't understand." Su Fang asked hoarsely, "What do you want to do?" Cheng Gungxing didn't answer, but asked, "Do you have the ability to take revenge? Do you have a plan to defeat the Jiubao merchants?" Su Fang was silent. Even though his face was covered in dirt and no expression could be seen, one could feel his pain. "Then go take a bath," Cheng Gungxing said. Su Fang turned around and really went to take a bath. Cheng Gungxing told him that he only needed to listen to orders, and he had no other choice. After surviving in Yulifang for so many years, the only person who came was Cheng Gungxing. As for respect, he didn't need that kind of thing anymore. He only wanted revenge. In the past, he naturally rose in anger and left with a flick of his sleeve. For a so-called aristocratic family like Cheng Gungxing, Su Fang could point at his nose and scold him until he was bleeding. But all of the past no longer existed. Now, he was just a son who had lost his mother, a husband who had lost his wife, and a father who had lost his son. A beggar living on the street. An avenger who had no hope of revenge. "Let's go." Watching Su Fang leave, Cheng Gungxing said. Jiang Wang asked, "It wasn't easy to find him. If you want to do something, shouldn't you hurry up?" "No matter how much we hurry up, we still need to give him time. He has been lying on the ground for too long and has forgotten how to be a human." Cheng Gungxing opened the window a crack and looked at the sky outside. Then, he closed the window and walked out. "It's almost dawn. Let him rest for the whole day. We'll come again tomorrow." Jiang Wang was worried that Su Fang wouldn't get a promise and would do something stupid, so he asked, "Aren't you going to say something to him?" Cheng Gungxing only shook his head. "I believe that he has enough patience." He still had one more thing to say. If the current Su Fang didn't even have this bit of patience, then there would be no value left. Chapter 368. On the 13th day of the 8th lunar month, he took drastic measures and sent Zhong Xuanzuan to Jixia Academy. Cheng Gungxing was holding a banquet at the House of Red Sleeves. On the 14th of August, Cheng Gungxing returned to Marquis Boing's residence. Jiang Wang, who went in and out with him, stayed in Zhong Xuanxing's private residence and didn't come out. This was the information that Qing Shi received from the Jiubao merchant. Back then, when she had placed her bet on Zhong Xuanzuan, she had never imagined that Zhong Xuanzuan, who had just made his move and placed his pieces fiercely, would have already gone to face the wall before he could even finish a few moves. Therefore, she could foresee Chung Gongxing's retaliation. She was optimistic about Chung Gongxing's revenge. After all, the Jiubao Merchants was one of the top 2 chambers of commerce in Qi. Chung Gongxing could not do anything to the Jiubao Merchants without the help of Zhonggenjia. She even felt that Chung Gongxing would not do anything to the Jiubao Merchants. Instead, he might use this opportunity to fight for a partnership with the Jiubao Merchants. However, she was still more inclined towards Zhong Xianzun, who would be born a year later. When the Jiubao Merchants made their decision, they had considered everything. No matter how they looked at it, there was no way that Yonggenzuan would lose. This point was confirmed after Zhong Xianzun led the family to exchange the Sunshine Town ambassador for the rights to develop Chongji Island for 10 years. It could be said that Chung Gongxing had no chance of winning. If not, he would not have paid such a huge price to send Yonggenzuan away. However, to disintegrate Zhong Xianzun's forces in a short 1 year, how was that possible? Especially when the opponent was Wang Yiwu. Many people even thought that Chung Gongxing would be defeated by Wang Yiwu before Yonggenzuan came out. However, Su Shi had shattered her optimistic thoughts. Su Shi agreed that Yonggenzuan was worth betting on, but at the same time, he was sure that Chung Gongxing would definitely do something to the Jiubao Merchants. It's not because you guys have fallen out. Face is just a small matter. If he doesn't do anything to us, how is he going to convince us? Su Shi said, as long as he wants to fight with Yonggenzuan, he will not let the Jiubao Merchants go. This is a contradiction. Qing said bitterly, Dean. I have asked my men to keep an eye on him. But after all, he can't get too close. That Marquis is too murderous, but he actually supports him. Su Shi was a middle-aged man with an elegant face. He looked more like a gentleman than a businessman. As a matter of fact, he had opened his own academy and was the dean. Compared to the title president, he preferred to be called director. Hearing this, he waved his hand and said, if we don't do anything to him, Ding Yuanho won't do anything to us. Yonggenzuan is his nephew. I'm not afraid of him. I'm just afraid that he won't. Su Shi knocked on the armrest. What does he want to do? Qing Shi curled her hair. Only in front of Su Shi would she occasionally act like a young girl. She guessed. He's staying at Marquis Boeing's mansion. It looks like he wants to use this time to coax Zhonggenjia. That Jiang Wang really didn't go out? Su Shi asked again. He's Chung Gongxing's confidant. We can't underestimate him. They only found out after the fact that Chung Gongxing sent the bao to Li Longchuan through Jiang Wang. From there, he got to know Li Zhengshu and had the opportunity to present the memorial to the emperor. He really didn't go out. Qing Shi shouted. We did let someone into Chung Gongxing's private mansion, but he rarely sent a message. That Jiang Wang only opened the window to look at the mountain scenery at dusk. He's been in his room the whole day. Su Shi thought for a while and said slowly, let's keep an eye on him. During this time, we'll clear the accounts. Don't leave any evidence behind. Also, send someone to ask Wang Yiwu if there's anything we can help with. No matter what, since Chung Gongxing made this move, we can't let our guard down. What was Chung Gongxing going to do? Many people had this question. But the answer was only in this fat man's heart. The 15th of August was the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was the time for family and friends to gather. It was also the time for the monthly Blessed Land Challenge. After using all his strength, Jiang Wang still lost without any suspense. He fell from the Spring Source Cave to the 35th-ranked Jinjing Mountain. He was only left with 650 points of merit each month. Even now, Jiang Wang still didn't know the value of this blessed land. He had thought that there was still a lot of merit points, but as his ranking in the matching battle got higher and higher, this little bit of merit points gradually became insufficient. It seemed that he could only use it as an opportunity to exchange blows with strong masters once a month. But so many masters rushed to the Blessed Land Challenge. Except for the first few who gave up, Almost every day on the Blessed Land Challenge Day, the latecomers came to challenge on time. One had to know that for an expert who could easily defeat the current Jiang Wang, which expert's time was not precious. They still set aside time every month to participate in the Blessed Land Challenge, which was enough to prove the value of the great illusionary land. It was just that Jiang Wang hadn't discovered it yet. It was already noon when he came out of the great illusionary land. Very punctual, Jiang Wang thought. In a few hours, he could open the window and enjoy the red maple clouds never too late, one of the 7 sceneries of Lindsay, without going out. The door opened at this time, and a maid came in with wine and food. When the maid went out with the food box, the window in this room was also opened. A man with a figure very similar to Jiang Wang sat with his back to the window, drinking by himself, as if waiting for the scenery. But he was no longer Jiang Wang. After disguising himself and leaving the private residence on Mount Xia, Jiang Wang went back to the inn he went to last night to meet Su Fang after making sure that no one could follow him. After washing up, he rested for another day. When they met again, Su Fang was completely different. Because his cultivation was destroyed, and he had been living in the open all these years, he was skinny and bony. But when he stood there, his temperament came out. His appearance was thin, and he really had some style. His temples were slightly white, showing his experience. It could only be said that he was worthy of being a famous scholar. This made Jiang Wang sigh in his heart. But he didn't waste any words. According to Chung Gungxing's plan, he directly said, "You go and ask for forgiveness now." Hearing this, Su Fang didn't show any unbearable expression, as if he could accept anything. He just asked lightly, "To Su Shi?" Jiang Wang shook his head. "To the Crown Prince." Su Fang was silent for a while. "Although I don't know how I offended the Crown Prince, I will cooperate with you. What crime do I have to confess to? How should I speak? How much time do I have to remember?" He was long-winded and seemed to want to seize this opportunity. "Go to the Changle Palace now?" "No." Jiang Wang said, "Go to the Bluestone Palace." Su Fang was shocked. The Changle Palace was the residence of the Qi Crown Prince, Jiang Wuhua. And the person living in the Bluestone Palace was the dethroned Crown Prince, Jiang Wuliang. Chapter 369. The current Crown Prince of Qi, Jiang Wuhua, was actually the second son of the Emperor of Qi and lived in Changle Palace. And above him, there was an older brother, the eldest son of the Emperor, named Jiang Wuliang. Su Fang had of course offended the Crown Prince, but he had not offended Jiang Wuhua, but the deposed Crown Prince, Jiang Wuliang. Back then, he had cursed and scolded not only the Jubao merchants, but also the Crown Prince of that time. Su Fang did not need to ask Jiang Wuliang how to confess. He had plenty of names to confess to. But he still lowered his eyelids and asked, "Which crime do I confess to?" Jiang Wang replied, "Confess to whatever crime you scolded the most." "Got it," Su Fang said. Jiang Wang looked at him and said, "After you leave, this inn will be closed. Other than Chung Gungxing and I, no one else has seen you." Su Fang naturally understood what he meant. It had been 18 years, from self-loathing and self-abandonment, to despair, to a glimmer of hope, and then to annihilation. Over and over again, living a life worse than death. What was he waiting for? Sometimes he even forgot. He knew very well that he could not take revenge on his own. But even as a weapon, even as a tool to be reused, who could use him well? After hearing about the Qingshi Palace, he actually saw the light of day. It was as if in the endless darkness, a hand had suddenly reached out and slapped down the curtain of night. But, Su Fang said in a hoarse voice, "Back then, when I scolded the Jubao merchants, although I was led by old man Qing Shi, I did it out of the public interest." He did not look up, as if he did not dare to look at others. "Do you think," he asked, "they still blame me?" Qing Shi was the leader of the Four Seas Business Alliance. As a latecomer, the Jiubao merchants did not chase after the Four Seas business alliance openly. Of course, it was not to say that they were very dignified now, but they had done well on the surface. The reason why Su Fang scolded the Jiubao merchants back then was because he knew some dirty things. She had intentionally or unintentionally revealed these things to him, and it was the truth. The reason why Su Fang was so resentful when he talked about she was because he had scolded the Jiubao merchants back then. Although it was for the public good, he was also a pawn of the Four Seas trade alliance and had helped them. However, after the Jiubao merchants took revenge on Su Fang, the Four Seas business alliance remained silent. This was not something that could be justified. As for Su Fang's question, are they still blaming me? Them. Of course, he was referring to his family members who had been implicated by him and were killed by the Jiubao merchant. He had no one else to ask. He could only ask the young man in front of him, even if he was a stranger. But Jiang Wang couldn't answer this question. He had no right to ask Su Fang to forgive anyone, nor did he have the right to represent anyone in forgiving Su Fang. In the end, he only said, "You did it for the public good. I know about this, and so does Chung Gongxing. But perhaps only we will know." "I see." Su Fang nodded and didn't show any other expression. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for what? Thank you for not lying to you? Thank you for taking revenge on the Jiubao merchants and also for helping you take revenge on them?" Jiang Wang thought about many things, but in the end, he only gave Su Fang a deep look before turning to leave. Marquis Boing's residence. Yonggenzuan didn't take anything with him. He put on a robe and went to Jixiao Academy in a carefree manner. It was as if he didn't care about what happened in his family. But once Yonggenzuan left, Chung Gongxing moved in and pestered the old master for an entire day. He was the rightful heir, so no one in Marquis Boing's residence dared to treat him badly. Old Marquis Zhong Xian Yunbu's children were all living outside. Among the grandchildren, only Yonggenzuan and Chung Gongxing had the right to live here. Yonggenzuan left, and Chung Gongxing became the young master of this place. On the second day of mid-autumn, people came to greet the old master in the morning. During the New Year's festival, those uncles and cousins would always come to the manor. Most of them would put down their gifts, say a few words, and leave. In Chung Gongxing's father's generation, there were 4 biological brothers. His father, Chongxian Futu, was the second. Yonggenzuan's father, Chongxian Mingguang, was the eldest. His third brother had passed away long ago, and his fourth brother was working in another city, not in Linzi. Chongxian Chuliang, Chongxian Mingguang, Chongxian Futu, and the others were cousins. After lunch, the family sat together and drank tea. Chung Gongxing laughed and invited the old master to his Sunset Mountain residence to take a look at the beautiful scenery of the sunset. The old master only smiled and allowed Chung Gongxing to prattle on, not agreeing or disagreeing. "It's not that I want to criticize you, little Xing. You've gone too far this time." A voice suddenly said, "The old master dotes on your brother the most. How could you bear to send him to Jixiao Academy for an entire year?" At this time, the only person who could criticize Chung Gongxing in such a tone was naturally Yonggenzuan's father, Chongxian Mingguang. This person's name was impressive, and he also had good looks. Otherwise, he would not have been able to give birth to a son as handsome as Yonggenzuan. He was already in his 60s, but his complexion was still rosy, as if he were in his 40s. He looked much younger than his cousin, Chongxian Chuliang, who was in his 50s. Of course, in terms of strength, he was far inferior. Zhong Xianxing only laughed when he heard this. "Uncle, your words are not funny. I gave such a good opportunity to Brother Zun to sacrifice for the future of our Zhonggenjia. As an elder, it's fine if you don't pay for it, but how can you say that I've gone too far?" He turned to look at Chongxian Mingguang. "If you think this is called suffering a loss, Think of a way to send me to Jixia Academy, okay? Ask me to stay for 2 years. Chongxian Mingguang was stunned. How could he have such ability? As the eldest son of the Marquis' main branch, if he was useful, the Marquis' position would not have been fought over by Yung Genzuan and Cheng Gongxing. Cheng Gongxing was not one to let people off easily. He turned to the old master and said, "Grandfather, please be the judge." Chongxian Yunbo was 105 years old this year. His hair and beard were all white, but his spirit was still good. He only glanced at Chongxian Mingguang. "If you don't know how to speak, then shut up." Chongxian Mingguang was resentful and did not say anything. This was also the reason why he did not want to live in the Marquis' estate. No matter what, he was still a master outside and was a guest of honor wherever he went. However, in the Marquis' estate, he was in his 60s and was often scolded like a grandson. Since the old master had spoken, Cheng Gongxing did not continue to pursue the matter. He only repeated the previous topic. The red clouds are not late, and the clouds and sky are one color. Such a beautiful scenery is rare and only comes once a year. Grandfather, are you really not going to take a look? The old master raised his hand. This old man has been on the battlefield all my life. Now that I'm old, I've never seen blood. This was a clear rejection. Cheng Gongxing sighed pretentiously. Grandson has also invited many good friends. They all admire your reputation and want to hear your impressive stories. The old master just smiled. On the other hand, Chongxian Mingguang made a comeback. He snorted coldly. "Little Xing, don't pull the banner of the Marquis' estate. I heard that the day before yesterday, you held a banquet in the name of the Marquis' estate at the House of Red Sleeves. What is this? The old master is old and can't afford to be tossed around." Chongxian Yunbo's white eyebrows twitched at that time. Look at this level of speech. Cheng Gongxing loved this uncle so much. Of course, he looked angry. "I invited a few friends to enjoy the scenery. How is that pulling the banner of the Marquis' estate? If uncle has any objections, why don't you help host it? Let's see if I look decent." These were very angry words. Chongxian Mingguang thought about it. Now that Yung Genzuan was not here, Cheng Gongxing was the only one who could represent the Marquis' estate among the younger generation. He really should help his son keep an eye on Cheng Gongxing, so that this little fat boy would not take the opportunity to develop and threaten his son's position as the heir. Thinking of this, he deliberately put on a very awkward expression and went with the flow. "I don't have any objections to you. It's just that you are still too young. There are some people outside. Sigh, let's not talk about it. How about this, I will take some time out and go to your Mount Xia villa for a while to check for you." Cough. The old master coughed. "What are you going to do with the gathering of the younger generation?" Cheng Gongxing looked at Chongxian Mingguang with a sneaky look, as if he was watching a good show. Chongxian Mingguang was a man in his 60s. Even if it was his own father, he would feel embarrassed if he scolded him so often. Therefore, he straightened his neck and said, "I understand the situation. What the young people are doing now are all leftovers from my years. How can I host it?" Chapter 370. It must be said that Chongxian Mingguang was indeed the leader of the brothels, the head of the brothel. It was not inappropriate to say that the young people nowadays were playing with his leftovers. Hearing him say that, Chongxian sighed in his heart and did not say anything. One sentence was the limit. If he said anything more, this bowl of water would not be balanced, and his grandson would complain for no reason. He was used to seeing storms in his life. How could he not know that Cheng Gongxing was going to do something soon? He went to the Xiashan villa today, probably to support Cheng Gongxing, so he did not want to go. In the competition between his two grandsons, no matter who he favored, he could not personally go. On the other hand, Zhongshuan Mingguang was an idiot. He was so old and had spent all his life on women. He couldn't even understand this and still wanted to go to the Mount Xia villa. He tried to persuade him and thought that his father was suppressing him. Seeing that the old man was not interested, Cheng Gungxing got up and left, leading Chongxian Mingguang to the Xiashan villa. Chongxian Mingguang could be described with a phrase: ambitious but incompetent. One thing was enough to tell. Back then, as the eldest son of the Zhanggenjia, he gave birth to a grandson. He thought that he was the next Marquis of Baoang, so he named his son with pride and gave him the word Zun. If it was a normal family, it would be fine. At most, they would be ambitious. But what kind of family was the Zhanggenjia? They were the top aristocratic families in Qi. They had the ability to challenge the unique and righteous. What would the royal family of De Qi think? In the end, it was old Master Zhongshuan Yunhua who personally changed it to obey. In Qi there could only be one Zun, and that was the ruler of the Jiang family. It meant that the child of the Zhanggenjia had to be the one to follow the Zun, to be a follower. This was a kind of self-concealment and warning. Unfortunately, Chongshuan's Mingguang never understood. He had even argued for a long time because his father had forcefully changed his son's name. Chongxian and Mingguang were not the only ones who received Cheng Gungxing's invitation. Li Longchuan, Su Xiangqian, Gao Zhe, and Yan Fu. Even Fu Miao of the Four Seas Business Alliance received an invitation. This fatty has gone too far. In the Four Seas Inn, Fu Miao angrily threw the invitation to the ground. As one of the 12th First Deacons of the Four Seas Commerce Alliance, having one of his ears cut off by Cheng Gungxing was the greatest humiliation of his life. However, after the war, the Zhanggenjia's power rose again, and Chongxian Chuliang had already become Marquis Ding Yuanhou, so he didn't dare to express his resentment. In his view, Cheng Gungxing had invited him to the Sunset Mountain Villa to enjoy the scenery in order to humiliate him. At this moment, a wrinkled hand picked up the invitation from the ground. It was a person who looked very old. His back was slightly hunched, and his face was full of wrinkles. There were also age spots among the dense wrinkles. He seemed to have a hard time bending down, and so did standing up. Fu Miao hurriedly greeted him. "Alliance leader, why are you here?" This person was the leader of the Four Seas Business Alliance, Qing Shi. Qi had always relied on merchants, and the Four Seas Business Alliance was the oldest business alliance in Qi. One could imagine how powerful they were. Although their reputation had been declining in recent years, and the Jubao merchants had caught up with them, no one dared to underestimate them. Qing Shi slowly opened the invitation and looked at it carefully. "Feng Xia isn't late. Speaking of which, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival again." Fu Miao said, "That fatty from the Zhanggenjia's invitation isn't worthy of your attention." Qing Shi closed the invitation and blew the dust off it. "I should take a good look at him because of the chess piece he played at Donghua Pavilion." Fu Miao's expression was unnatural. It's hard to say who will win or lose. The last disciple of the army god isn't easy to deal with. The old man didn't respond. He just put away the invitation and said, "If you don't want to go, I'll go on your behalf." Fu Miao was shocked. "You're going to that fatty's Mount Xia villa?" "Of course, why not?" Qing Shi said slowly. "How many times can I see such beautiful scenery in my life?" There were actually many mansions near Mount Xia, but the one Cheng Gungxing bought was undoubtedly the best place to see the scenery. Speaking of Mount Xia Villa, this was the place. However, the Mount Xia Villa was filled with guests. The banquet was held in a large courtyard, and opposite it was the Mount Xia Villa. Originally, there were only a few noblemen who didn't want to go against Cheng Gungxing's wishes and came here to enjoy the banquet. However, after Li Zhengshu and Qing Shi came, the number of guests at the banquet suddenly increased. Not only were there noblemen, but there were also many people from the generation who were in power. There were a total of 5 tables. The maids served the dishes like butterflies flying through flowers. Delicacies from all over the world were placed one after another. Chung Gungsheng was used to being extravagant. Of course, he wouldn't be stingy. These dishes were presentable no matter where they were placed. Chong Xianmingguang's expression didn't look too good. The red clouds were beautiful in the evening, and they were beautiful every year. Chung Gungsheng's residence wasn't the only one in Mount Xia. Who were these people supporting? In his opinion, they were all supporting the Zhonggenjia. The Zhonggenjia of today had one family and two marquises. How glorious was that! How could the people of Linzi not support them? Taking advantage of Yung Genzuan's absence, Chung Gungsheng was ostentatiously showing off his identity as the successor of the Zhonggenjia. Fortunately, he came. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if he continued to promote himself like this? He sat on the main seat and greeted the guests. Thank you all for coming to my Zhonggenjia's residence. My son, Yung Genzuan, is cultivating diligently at Jixia Academy. Today, my nephew, Chung Gungsheng, and I will be the host. Please forgive us if we don't treat you well. His greetings were filled with pettiness, as if he was afraid that others would forget about his son from Tianjiao. At the same time, he bluntly played down Chung Gungsheng. However, what was strange was that Chung Gungsheng wasn't displeased at all. He only smiled and served the dishes to the guests, as if he didn't mind that Chong Xianmingguang was stealing the limelight. Jiang Wang had already returned to the residence and was chatting with Su Xiangqian and Li Longchuan. When they talked about interesting things, they would even laugh from time to time. After 3 rounds of wine, Chong Xianmingguang kept talking about Yung Genzuan and how great Jixia Academy was. No one dared to offend him, and they all cooperated and supported him. However, Li Jingshu suddenly said, "Today, Xing is the host. Why are you just chatting? Why don't you come out and say something?" This was to open up Chung Gungsheng's eyes. Yes, he was present at the prelude of Donghua Pavilion. Because of this, he had a whole new level of respect for Chung Gungsheng. It could even be said that he had condescended to attend a junior's banquet. It was enough to show how much he valued him. However, Qing Shi, the leader of the Four Seas Business Alliance, who was sitting next to him, didn't drink much or speak much. Chong Xianmingguang's face stiffened, but he quickly covered it up. Speaking of which, he and Li Jingshu were of the same generation, but their achievements were worlds apart. For example, although he was Zhongshuan Chuliang's cousin, no one would compare them in the same breath. He didn't have the right to be angry with Li Jingshu, so he went to look at his chubby nephew. He saw Chung Gungsheng stand up with a smile and walk around in a circle to welcome them. Then he said, "Honored elders and friends, your presence brings light to my humble abode." However, Chung Gungsheng knew very well that this was all because of the intoxicating scenery, so he drank this cup to thank the guests. "I'm tired of talking too much. Everyone, enjoy the scenery." After saying that, he drank the cup in one gulp and actually sat down. He didn't intend to use this opportunity to say or do anything. It was as if he was just here to enjoy the scenery. The sun had set at some point in time, and it was already dusk. The horizon was dyed red, as if red maples were stacked together. On Sunset Mountain, the maple leaves were as red as fire, as if the red clouds had fallen to the mortal world. The clouds, the sky, and the mountains were the same color. It just so happened that the red clouds were not late. P.S. Speaking of which, our ignorant chief operating officer, who doesn't know much about Qidian, has organized a monthly ticket sale in the comments section. Everyone, go and participate. There's a reward of Qidian coins. This is the first sale of the Red Heart survey in the book comments section. Thank you to the readers in the group for your guidance on my plans for this sale. Chapter 371. In the southwest corner of the Qi Palace, there was a towering palace. It was remote and deserted. At first glance, the palace looked like a huge green rock. In fact, it was built from a huge green rock that was hollowed out. This was the Green Rock Palace, where the dethroned crown prince, Jiang Wuliang, was imprisoned. Very few people came here. Even if they had to walk nearby, they would walk past with their heads lowered, afraid that they would be tainted by some misfortune. When Jiang Wuliang was dethroned, he was still free. Other than losing his hopes of inheriting the throne, he was not much different from the other princes. However, in the 6th year, an imperial censor reported that the dethroned crown prince had private grievances. The emperor was furious and imprisoned him in the Green Rock Palace, letting him die of old age. Counting with his fingers, Jiang Wuliang had been imprisoned here for 19 years. In these 19 years, not to mention nobles, even birds and moths did not fly here. On the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a green-robed scholar came to the Green Rock Palace. 18 years ago, he was famous in Linzi. Now, not many people could recognize him. His body seemed weak, and one could not see his cultivation level. Even his steps were not stable. However, his bearing was impossible to ignore. Every step he took was slow, but every step he took was resolute. This seemed contradictory, but it showed that he had thought thrice before taking each step, and that he had made up his mind for each step. This was a remote corner of the Deqi Palace, a place that had long been forgotten by the world. Even the guards holding halberds were nowhere to be seen. It was not the guards who imprisoned Jiang Wuliang, but the Qi Emperor's order. The green-robed scholar walked on the cold stone path. The tall palace walls surrounded the majestic Qi Palace, and the towering Green Rock Palace was right in front of him at the end of the stone path. The path ended. The green-robed scholar stopped and looked at the palace door that had been sealed for 19 years. He prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed in the most humble manner. He knocked on the door with the most humble voice. A sparrow was resting on the eaves. It tilted its head and looked at this person in confusion. It probably felt that he was strange and unfamiliar. This was the feeling that Su Fang brought to the entire Deqi Palace. He was a stranger, and a strange one at that. He was abrupt and noisy. But the moment he spoke, it was earth-shattering. Sinner Su Fang has come to beg for forgiveness from the sacred crown prince. It was a hoarse voice, but it was screaming with all its might. Without the support of his cultivation base, he concentrated all of his life force and shouted himself hoarse. As for the sacred crown prince, including the time when Jiang Wuliang was crippled, it had been 25 years since he left the center of power. For 25 years, the title of crown prince had nothing to do with him. The current crown prince of Deqi was Jiang Wuhua, and he lived in Changle Palace. Jiang Wuliang was imprisoned here. Naturally, there were also prison guards here, but they were not in the open. It had been 19 years, and Jiang Wuliang hadn't taken a single step out. The wardens here had been replaced dozens of times. They were a few eunuchs with decent cultivation. 19 years of being battered by wind and rain, moss grew on the rocks outside the bluestone palace and cobwebs grew on the eave. Not many people paid attention to this place, including the prison guards, who were originally here. Now, the only people who could threaten Jiang Wuhua's position as crown prince were 3rd Princess Jiang Wuyo, 9th Prince Jiang Wuqi, and 11th Prince Jiang Wuyo. Many people had even forgotten that Jiang Wuhua wasn't the crown prince. The real crown prince had been banished long ago. So when that scholar in a green robe slowly walked over, the prison guards didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Until he knelt and prostrated, until he shouted, "Sacred Crown Prince." Only then did the eunuchs' expressions change. Something big had happened. They still didn't know what was going to happen, but they already knew it in their hearts, and they didn't dare to stop it. When that sacred crown prince came out, they didn't have the right to stop all of this. Su Fang's tears and snot flowed, his voice mournful. Su Fang of the past was unbridled and rebellious. He didn't understand the right time and didn't understand compassion. He was bewitched by scoundrels and spoke rashly. He used twisted and shameless words to smear the righteous with feces. It has been 26 years since I came. The heavenly Tao has its own rules, and retribution isn't good. Lightning punishes evil and roasts the intestines. Heaven and earth destroyed me, Su Fong, and this is retribution. I implicated my family, and I deserve it. Living is worse than death for 18 years, torturing my heart every night. Looking back on the past, only then did I realize that there was no one more wise than the sacred crown prince. And Su Fong had no morals, causing the country to lose a virtuous heir. Praying to the heavens, cutting open his liver and gallbladder. Su Fong's scolding of Jiang Wuliang shook the court. When he talked about the past, it was usually seen as a sign that Jiang Wuliang had completely fallen. That year was the 28th year of Yuanfeng, which was the 382nd year of Taoist calendar. And the following year, the 29th year of Yuanfeng, Jiang Wuliang was deposed and officially left the Qi power center. This year was the 54th year of Yuanfeng, so Su Fong said that it had been 26 years since he came. Su Fong, who was famous for being arrogant in the past, was begging for forgiveness in the most humble manner. Every word was sad and filled with tears of blood. More and more eunuchs and maids ran between the various palaces. All sorts of communication methods came into effect at the same time. This scene that occurred outside the green stone palace of the remote cold palace swept through Linzi like a storm. The spider web outside the green stone palace was very similar to the Qi palace. Even the slightest movement could be detected by the predators on the spider web immediately. Why was it said that the battle for the throne of Qi was between the crown prince Jiang Wuhua, the third princess Jiang Wuo, the 9th prince Jiang Wuqi, and the 11th prince Jiang Wuqi? Apart from the fact that they all cultivated the Tianjing and Diwei chapters of the supreme Ziwei Zhongtian classic. Another obvious sign was that among the princes and princesses of Emperor Qi, only a few of them still lived in the palace of Emperor Qi, and each of them had their own palace. In the Huaying Palace, a heroic-looking woman suddenly stopped her training and threw away the halberd in her hand. No more training. Watch the show. The halberd flipped in the air, and actually made a rumbling sound. An old woman reached out and caught it, lifting it as if it was light. She seemed to be used to her willfulness, and only took out a gorgeous cloth bag, and carefully covered the front end of the halberd. In the Yangxin Palace. Ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting. The feminine-looking man laughed weirdly and casually pushed away the disheveled maid in his arms. Bring wine. The old eunuch hurried into the Longevity Palace. A thin figure was sitting with his back against the light and practicing calligraphy. The old eunuch tiptoed over and whispered something in his ear. This young man was handsome, but his face was too pale. It made him look a little sickly. Hearing this, he was very calm, and even his hand that was holding the brush didn't stop for a moment. He finished writing. Then he said in a clean and pleasant voice, "Let's see what happens in the Changle Palace." Everyone's eyes were focused on the Changle Palace. The owner of the Changle Palace, the current crown prince Jiang Wuhua, had always been low-key. There were many rumors that he had taken advantage of the previous crown prince. He was only able to enter the Eastern Palace because he was born early and made many mistakes. The Changle Palace should be the most alert to the strange movements in the Bluestone Palace. But at this moment in the Changle Palace, the simple-looking crown prince was still busy in the kitchen. The kitchen eunuchs stood in a row and looked at him with worried faces. The crown prince's sleeves were rolled up high and his eyes were fixed on the fire. He only said, "Wife, wife, I have to make the pork shoulder more tender. Don't say I didn't warn you." A delicate voice came from afar. "Okay." In the Bluestone Palace. In the silent Bluestone Palace. After a long time, only a soft sigh sounded. No love, no hate, no regrets. P.S. There is an exercise after class. Please read the text with emotion. Chapter 372. Looking back on the past, Only then did I know that the crown prince was wise and wise. Su Fang had no morals, causing the country to lose its crown prince. Sin against the heavens, cutting open my liver and gallbladder. Su Fang, who was in front of the green stone palace, didn't know how quickly this matter was spreading. When he said the last 8 words, he actually went from a prostrating position to a kneeling position. Then, he took out a dagger and cut open his body with tears streaming down his face, cutting open his heart, liver, and gallbladder. Cutting open his own liver and gallbladder to understand his heart. The beautiful scenery that only appeared once a year was not late and was in full bloom. The people sitting in the Xia mountain villa were all people with status in Linzi, amongst which 4 Seas Merchant Alliance leader Qing Shi and Sherman Li family scholar Li Zhengshu were especially sharp. The scenery was picturesque and the banquet was joyous. However, as more and more people came in and whispered, the atmosphere slowly changed. Li Zhengshu, who was really good at cultivating energy, was actually distracted for a moment. Qing Shi's muddy old eyes instantly exploded with a bright glow, so bright that one couldn't look at him directly. As the person with the highest position, their loss of composure was noticed by everyone right away. Only Chung Gungxing himself was still talking and laughing like normal. Su Fang asked for forgiveness outside the Green Stone Palace. Many people couldn't understand the meaning of this matter. In the 28th year of Yuanfeng, which was 3892 of the Taoist calendar, Su Fang scolded Qi's crown prince Jiang Wuliang. The most vicious sentence was, "The country is important, but you can't bear a single feather on your shoulders. You are important to the world, but your heart can't hold a single thing. Since you are so devoted to Buddhism, why not spend your life with a lamp?" Jiang Wuliang was close to the Shi family and was close to the Buddhist faction. This was also something that the Qi emperor didn't like. Su Fang's scolding was seen as a wave, causing the entire imperial court to attack Jiang Wuliang. After that scolding, memorials from all over fell like rain. Jiang Wuliang only lasted for a year before he was dethroned in the 29th year of Yuanfeng. However, today Su Fang said that what he scolded that day was nonsense, that he was using shameless and twisted words to smear the righteous with shit. He spat on himself, saying that his mouth was full of shit. When his entire family died, he only said, "Thunder punishes the evil, and bitterness roasts the intestines." He treated it as his own karmic retribution and deserved it. What was he going to do? At least on the surface, it was obvious. He wanted to use his own body and life to clear the name of the deposed crown prince. However, was this name so easy to correct? What was the background behind Jiang Wuliang's dethronement? 5 years before he was crippled, there was a major event in the eastern region that shook the world. In other words, it was the 24th year of the Yuanfeng era of the Qi era, and the 388th year of the Tao era. In this year, there was a great battle between Qi and Xia to determine the position of the overlord of the eastern domain. The final winner of this war was Qi. The state of Great Xia was forced back to the southern region. For the next 30 years, the state of Great Xia did not return to the northeast. Chongxian and Chu Liang also became famous in this battle, establishing the might of the Xiong Tuesday. However, before this war began, Jiang Wuliang had been the most resolute supporter of peace. He presided over the negotiations with the state of Great Xia, and both sides divided the eastern region equally. His political views were built on the unstable foundation of Qi at that time. He wanted to recuperate and build up strength. Of course, there was no need to talk about this. The current Emperor Qi was the Emperor of Qi. If he was determined to fight, no one could change his mind. Crown Prince Jiang Wuliang took the lead to dissuade him. He directly grounded Jiang Wuliang and did not allow him to speak. At that time, this matter also announced the complete failure of the supporters of peace. After the battle between Qi and Xia, Qi won a complete victory and established the power of the eastern region. The Emperor Qi proved his valiance. Correspondingly, Crown Prince Jiang Wuliang proved his cowardice and incompetence. After the war, Jiang Wuliang suffered as the crown prince for 5 years until the arrogant scholar Su Fang scolded him and attacked him. After that, the Eastern Palace was deposed. Su Fang said that he was wrong and that he was deceived. This was equivalent to saying that Jiang Wuliang was not wrong. Jiang Wuliang was destroyed by conspiracy and lost in political struggles, not because he was incompetent and immoral. Then, who was wrong? How big was the impact of this matter? It was both big and small at the same time. It was small because Su Fang alone couldn't change Jiang Wuliang's situation at all. It did not threaten Jiang Wuhua's position as the crown prince. It did not affect the political situation of Qi at all, even though Su Fang was so pitiful. It was big because it meant that there might be a force trying to turn the situation around for Jiang Wuliang. Getting rid of the old infamy might be just the first step. Su Fang, who had disappeared for many years, was the chess piece to test the reactions of all parties. In the worst-case scenario, this could very well infuriate Emperor Qi. In the 29th year of Yuanfeng, Jiang Wuliang was deposed. At the same time, the withered yard of the eastern region, which was once second only to the Xiankong Temple, was destroyed by the Emperor Qi. In the 35th year of Yuanfeng, Jiang Wuliang's resentment towards his father was exposed. Emperor Qi killed 17 officials who pleaded for mercy for Jiang Wuliang and imprisoned Jiang Wuliang in the Green Stone Palace, letting him die of old age. Everyone knew that the Emperor Qi was disappointed and despised his eldest son. Then, where did the force trying to turn the situation around for Jiang Wuliang come from? If they were to dig up Su Fang's background, as long as they were careful, they would be able to find out why his entire family had been forced to their deaths 18 years ago. Qing Shi, who was an old rival of the Jubao merchants, naturally knew how the Jubao merchants forced Su Fang's entire family to die. In fact, it was because of the evidence that Su Fang found people to collect that treasure-gathering chamber of commerce. Qing Shi knew that the Jubao merchants had some dealings with Jiang Wuliang. Su Shi, with his sharp eyes, managed to cut Jiang Wuliang off before he fell from power. Only then did he avoid the cleansing. The Jubao merchants took revenge and forced Su Fang's entire family to die. This could be a big or small matter. How small could this matter be? The entire Su family died. Su Fang, who was once famous in Linzi, had his Dao heart broken and his cultivation destroyed. He lived on the streets for 18 years, and no one cared about him. How big could this matter be? Su Fang was the vanguard who attacked Jiang Wuliang. After Jiang Wuliang was imprisoned in the Green Stone Palace for a year, he suffered revenge. Was there a connection between these two? Especially when Su Fang disappeared for many years. When he reappeared, he cut his liver and gall to prove his intentions. If one connected all of this, it was easy to feel that there was an invisible hand forcing Su Fang to lower his head and using cruel methods to force Su Fang to change his stance. No matter who the owner of this hand was, whether it was Jiang Wuliang himself or those who wanted to kill Jiang Wuliang. But this hand was undoubtedly the same as the Jubao merchants. Whether or not the owner of this hand could be found, it would be difficult to keep this hand. It could be said that the Jubao merchants were pushed to the edge of a cliff. Did this matter have anything to do with Cheng Gungsheng? Others might not be able to tell, and there was no evidence at all. But for Li Zhengshu, who had seen Cheng Gungsheng's imperial prelude with his own eyes, and for Qing Shi, who had been paying close attention to Cheng Gungsheng since the defeat at the Yangland, they naturally had their own judgment. This Cheng Gungsheng, he did not just want to teach the Jubao merchants a lesson. He wanted to destroy the entire Jubao merchants with one slap. That was why people like Li Zhengshu and Qing He were so shocked. And everyone who appeared at the Sunset Mountain Villa today was testifying for Cheng Gungsheng, proving that he had nothing to do with this matter. Thinking of this and looking at Chongxian Mingguang's joyful face, they felt very pitiful. Young Master Sheng. Everyone saw the alliance leader of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, Qing Shi, stand up shakily and raise his wine cup to propose a toast to Cheng Gungsheng. Chongxian Mingguang, who had been glowing, only now realized that something was wrong. Qing Shi said in front of everyone, "I did not manage my subordinates well, and they offended many people in the Yang region. Fortunately, young Master Xing taught them well, and they reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff. Young Master Xing did not care about the past and invited me to see Xingjing. I am very grateful. I hope that we can cooperate more in the future." After he finished speaking, he downed his cup. Cheng Gungsheng stood up hurriedly and said, "Old Mr. Qing is so magnanimous, and I am very grateful." After he finished speaking, he downed 3 cups and said, "As for cooperation, that's easy." On the main seat, Chongxian Mingguang's heart was getting tighter and tighter. What he saw was still the beautiful scenery of the sunset. The mountains, clouds, and sky were all red, as if they were dyed in blood. Chapter 373. Su Fang, who had disappeared for many years, came to the Green Rock Palace and asked for forgiveness from Jiang Wuliang. Su Fang cut his heart and liver to prove his sincerity. The news continued to spread. Even after Su Fang's death, the aftershocks didn't stop. No matter how the situation changed, the banquet still continued. Because the sky wasn't dark yet, and the scenery wasn't over yet. Although red maple clouds was one of the 7 scenic spots of Linzi, how many people present could appreciate it? Their minds weren't on it. The main table in the center had the fewest people. Sitting there were Qing Shi and Li Zhengshu. Chongxian Mingguang sat at the head of the table. There were 2 other aristocratic family elders accompanying him. Cheng Gungsheng sat at the end of the table. After Qing Shi took the initiative to express his goodwill, although Chongxian Mingguang didn't look too good, the atmosphere still warmed up. Li Longchuan, Su Xiangqian, Yan Fu, Gao Zhe, and the other young masters of aristocratic families sat at the second table. Jiang Wang accompanied them. Everyone present was smart. When they heard the name Su Fang, they knew that it had something to do with the Jubao merchant. Although the case of the Su family was rarely mentioned, it didn't disappear in people's memories. Jiang Wang didn't know the news faster than they did. Su Fang had to die. Su Fang was prepared for this, and Cheng Gungsheng didn't avoid it either. This matter was very big, and Cheng Gungsheng couldn't be implicated, at least not openly. Therefore, Cheng Gungsheng personally went to Yuli Fang to find him and only asked Jiang Wang to accompany him. 14th Prince was still recovering from his injuries, and there was no one else he could trust. For Su Fang, if Cheng Gungsheng was also affected, there would be no one else to help him complete his revenge. His death was just a signal to take revenge on the Jubao merchants. The subsequent attack required more powerful people to complete. Therefore, it was not only Cheng Gungsheng's responsibility to cut off Cheng Gungsheng's involvement in this matter. It was also something that Su Fang had to do his best to do. Jiang Wang was prepared for Su Fang's death when they parted ways at the inn. The only thing he didn't expect was that he would use such an intense method to reveal his true feelings. It was as if he could see Su Fang asking and asking, "I'm doing this out of the public interest. Do they still blame me?" He, Su Fang, had dug out his heart and liver for the world to see. How open and magnanimous he was. Ironically, from then on, the world might recognize that he was wild and arrogant, but he was honest and upright all his life. But this time, it was indeed his uncanny confession. He wasn't confessing. He was framing him. He didn't do it out of justice, but out of hatred. He did not admit that he was wrong, but he had deceived himself and the world. Perhaps he could be an honest ghost and reveal his heart to his family, who he didn't dare to die for 18 years, who he didn't dare to face and let go of his feelings. But there really would be someone waiting for him on the road to the netherworld. Would there really be someone who would say, "Forget it," or "Never forgive" to him? Gao Zhe, who had a square nose, raised his wine cup at this time. The 7 sceneries of Linzi are indeed better than meeting in person. Brother Jiang is even more so a heroic youth. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. I'll drink this cup of wine. Brother Jiang, please help yourself. Seeing Gao Zhi's full cup down his throat, Jiang Wang also raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Brother Gao, what are you saying? When you have time, you should go to my Jinghai County to take a look at the sea scenery. It doesn't lose out to the scenery of Linzi. Of course. At this time, Yan Ping's grandson, Yan Fu, also said, in the past, I've buried myself in the classics and neglected the scenery. If I have time in the future, I should come out more often. His voice was calm and gentle, without any aggression. It was also a show of goodwill, but it was more subtle than Gao Zhi's. Jiang Wang could represent Cheng Gengxing. It could be seen from the way he treated his guests at this table. Their goodwill toward Jiang Wang was actually a response to Cheng Gengxing's move. They expressed that they could cooperate further in the future and not just be fair-weather friends. Yung Genzuan had been sent to Jixia Academy for a year and had only turned the tables once. Cheng Gengxing had quickly launched a counterattack and was so fierce. The scales in their hearts had already tilted toward Cheng Gengxing's side. As for Su Xiangqian and Li Longchuan, they didn't say much. Their friendship with Jiang Wang was naturally closer, so they didn't need to show any determination at this time. Of course, Jiang Wang replied. I'm very unfamiliar with Linzi, so I need everyone to take care of me. I don't want to get lost in such a huge city. Of course we'll take care of you. Su Xiangqian took care of everything. When the lanterns are lit at night, we'll go to the warm jade pavilion to take care of you. Of course, you have to bring money. It wasn't clear if he had some misunderstanding about the word, take care of. Brother Su, you're being too distant. Gao Zhi smiled. With Brother Yen around, it's not up to us to pay. The county where the Yen family's old residence was located only had one word, Bei. The word wealth came from the word Bei. Bei County was naturally famous for its wealth, and as the top family in Bei County, the Yen family's wealth naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Gao Zhi's words seemed to have a deeper meaning, but Yan Fu didn't mind at all. He just smiled warmly and said, let's go together. Yan Fu's temperament made Jiang Wang easily think of Maplewood City's Wang Zhangxiang. But their gentleness was fundamentally different. Wang Zhangxiang was gentleness that didn't fight for anything, while Yan Fu's gentleness carried a bone-deep pride and self-esteem. In other words, Yan Fu's gentleness was disdain, while Wang Zhangxiang's gentleness was not fighting for anything. Su Xiangqian liked people who were willing to pay. Originally, he didn't have a good impression of Jinghai County's Gao family, but because of Jiang Wang, he didn't give Gao Zhi any face. As a scholar, old Su also looked down on Yan Fu, who came with Gao Zhi. But now that he saw how Yan Fu spent money without batting an eye, he immediately felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. He kept saying, let's go together. Time waits for no man, and good times are hard to keep. The Red Maple Festival was about to end. Everyone was about to leave, and some were about to change seat. Suddenly, a servant came to report that the head of the Jubao Merchants Association, Su Shi, was outside the manor seeking an audience. Regardless of whether they were leaving or changing seats, everyone stopped in their tracks and sat firmly in their chairs. How could they miss such a good show? At the main table, Cheng Gengxing acted as if he didn't hear anything. He continued to drink and eat. The others didn't say anything either. They each had their own thoughts as they watched coldly from the sidelines. However, Chongxian Mingguang couldn't sit still. In any case, he knew whose private residence this was. He asked Cheng Gengxing, how can you let a guest wait outside the door? Cheng Gengxing glanced at his uncle. He knew that he was thinking about the cooperation between Yung Genzuan and the Jubao merchants. However, if he were to have a conflict with his uncle in public, it would be a loss of face for the Heavy Xian family if word got out. Without a doubt, Chongxian would hang him on a tree and slowly beat him. "Let him in," Cheng Gungxing ordered. Only then did the servant bow and leave. Throughout the entire process, he was completely indifferent to Chongxian Mingguang's attitude. This showed Cheng Gungxing's ability to control his subordinate. Not long after, the elegant Su Shi strode in. Behind him was an attractive middle-aged woman. She was the vice president of the Jiubao Merchants Association, Qing Shi. Chapter 374. As the saying goes, coming at the right time is better than coming at the right time. Today your mansion is filled with guests, and I'm here to disturb you. Su Shi entered the mansion as if it was his own home. He was calm and did not look like he was about to face a disaster. He even greeted everyone he was familiar with, and finally walked to the main table. However, many people had just found out that Su Fang had asked for forgiveness outside the Green Stone Palace, and Su Shi had already come. When they saw his ability, they could not help but feel anxious. Just like when Cheng Gungxing entered the city through the Xian Gate a few days ago, the deputy president of the Jiubao Merchants, Qing Shi, saw that he was anxious. The situation was stronger than the person. This was unavoidable. Chongxian Mingguang stood up first and said, "President Su, please excuse me for not coming out to meet you." Su Shi smiled lightly and said, "Brother Chongxian is too polite." He then turned to greet Li Zhengshu and Qing Shi. "Brotherly, Senior Qing is here too." Li Zhengshu only nodded. Qing Shi, on the other hand, smiled amiably. "Little President Su is here?" Of course, he was happy to see Su Shi lose face in front of him. With Qing Shi's seniority, it was not a problem for him to call him Little Su. Cheng Gungxing only smiled and said, "Add 2 more chairs." The servants quietly moved 2 chairs over and placed them next to Qing Shi. Su Shi lifted the corner of his robe and sat down elegantly. He even smiled at Qing Shi. "Aya, young Master Xing, how can I sit here?" Qing Shi said with an ashamed expression. She had come dressed up today. Age had given her a unique charm. Every frown and smile was unique. Her pretentiousness made many people's hearts itch. "President Cheng, why are you being so polite?" Chongxian Mingguang quickly said. "Everyone who comes is a guest. There's no need to apologize." "Mr. Chongxian, there's something you don't know." Qing Shi glanced at him and then looked at Cheng Gungxing. "It's all Shi's fault. I was in a bad mood 2 days ago. Sigh, I didn't know my limits and offended young Master Xing. It's a small matter. I'm a Zhenggenjia man. I don't care." "Chongxian Mingguang, sit down, sit down." Qing Shi reluctantly sat down. "Uncle." Zhongxian Xing smiled and said, "Big or small, only the person who experienced it personally can have the final say, right? You're kind-hearted, but did you know about this? What you say doesn't count." Chongxian Mingguang. However, Qing Shi, who had half of his butt on the floor, quickly stood up. This made him feel especially embarrassed. However, Zhongxian Xing's attitude was also very clear. He made his position clear and drew his bottom line. He could only sit down. Cheng Gungxing raised his cup again. "You're a guest. Dean Su, let me toast you." Su Shi's expression didn't change. He raised his cup and drank, but his heart skipped a beat. Many things could be seen from the way he addressed him. For example, that Chongxian Mingguang. He was a complete idiot. His son, Yonggenzuan, had such an important collaboration with the Jiubao merchants. How could he not know that the head of the Jiubao merchants preferred to be addressed as Dean? Qing Shi knew him well, but purposely addressed him as Guild Head Little Su to make him feel uncomfortable. This was the old man's usual arrogance. Only this Cheng Gungxing, both sides had clearly fallen out. He had already launched a counterattack, as if he wanted to kill the Jiubao merchants. Yet, he could still address him as Dean Su. It was enough to show how much he understood and cared about him. He sighed softly in his heart. It wasn't that he made the wrong choice between Yonggenzuan and Chung Gongxing. It was that he didn't pay enough attention to Chung Gongxing. Compared to Chung Gongxing, Yonggenzuan's talent, cultivation, and influence were naturally far superior. Even in terms of scheming, he didn't seem to lose. He had almost beaten Chung Gongxing back to his original state when he made his move. Chung Gongxing had only managed to grab hold of a slim chance of survival and sent him away temporarily. If they were to fight face to face, Chung Gongxing might have already admitted defeat. However, at this moment, he had to admit that both he and Yonggenzuan had underestimated Chung Gongxing. Even if Yonggenzuan had already started to treat Chung Gongxing as an opponent, it was only the beginning. Whether it was the move to send Yonggenzuan away from the game or the move to kill the dragon in the Jubao merchants today, it was clear that this fat young master was a class above average schemer. Young Master Xing. Although he was on guard, Su Xing's face was like a spring breeze. He smiled elegantly and said, "Our Vice President Qing is here to apologize sincerely." Qing Shi stood beside the table. There wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness on her face. Instead, her expression was sincere. Her eyes were sincere. Big sister truly knows her wrongs and is here to apologize to young Master Xing. Her voice was soft, and every syllable went straight to one's heart. "But you want big sister to kneel down before you? What are you talking about? What offense have we committed?" Chung Gongxing laughed loudly. "Aunt Qing, please sit." The way he addressed her as Aunt Qing was too lethal. Even Qing Shi's expression froze, no matter how shrewd she was. "It's just a small matter." Su Xing took the initiative to pick up the wine pot and pour wine for Qingxi and Li Jingshu. He continued, "But only if young Master Xing really doesn't mind." He stood up and poured wine for Chongxian and Mingguang with great grace. Then, he filled Chung Gongxing's cup to the brim. Chung Gongxing stood up hurriedly. Because he was too fat, he looked a little disheveled. Because of this, his smile became more sincere. "How can I trouble Academy Head Su to pour wine?" Sigh. After Su Xing sat back down gracefully, the fat man sat back down and sighed. "It's nothing. We've worked well together in the Yanglands. We're all friends." Speaking of working together, Su Xing naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He only smiled and said, "I have a development plan here. It's just that I didn't have time to show it to young Master Xing. I think that's why the misunderstanding happened." He took out a jade scroll from his bosom and handed it to Chung Gongxing. His smile was extremely charming. "Young Master Xing, please take a look. These untrustworthy businessmen are going to change sides." Zhongshuan Mingguang was a little anxious on the main seat and hurriedly said, "Brother Su, this." Su Xing raised his left hand and cut him off. His eyes were fixed on Chung Gongxing. His voice was gentle but not polite. "Brother Chongxian, if you have anything to say, let's talk after I talk to young Master Xing. Is that all right?" Chongxian and Mingguang were seated on Su Xing's left and Qingxi on his right. Chung Gongxing was diagonally opposite him, sitting at the end of the row. He extended the jade scroll. Chung Gongxing only had to stand up slightly to receive it easily. Su Fang had offered his sincere apology outside the Green Stone Palace. What had happened couldn't be undone. He, Su Xing, would accept any losses. He would pay for his own negligence. This was how business worked. He would always be responsible for his own profits and losses. He was willing to pay for it. He could afford it. He was offering a large sum of benefits in exchange for Chung Gongxing's promise not to pursue him relentlessly. All he had to do was stop Chung Gongxing's possible follow-up actions. He didn't know how Chung Gongxing found Su Fang, how much he knew, what plans he had, and how many trump cards he had. He, Su Xing, had offered millions of benefits just to cut his losses. This was his sincerity in visiting. Now, all he needed was for Chung Gongxing to stand up slightly and receive the jade scroll. It was that simple. That was all. However, Chung Geng-shing smiled embarrassedly. I'm too fat, and my arms are too short. I'll look at it later. Chapter 375. I'm too fat, so it's hard for me to get up. My arms are short, so I can't reach it. Hearing Chung Geng-shing's reply, Su Shi's smile did not falter. Guild Master Ching, why don't you deliver it to young Master Xing? Ching Shi, on the other hand, was quite shrewd. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. She took the jade scroll from Su Shi and walked gracefully to Chung Geng-shing. She was too embarrassed to call herself his sister. She presented the jade scroll with both hands and said, "Young Master Xing, please take a look." Ching Shi looked at all this with a kind expression. He did not speak. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. Li Jingshu swirled his cup as if he was savoring the taste of the wine. Zhongshuan Mingguang was embarrassed. His face, which had been well maintained, was now very ugly. He could only clench his fists and remain silent. "You're too kind," Chung Geng-shing said with a smile. Finally, he reached out and took the jade scroll. Ching Shi's expression had just relaxed when he saw Chung Geng-shing place the jade scroll on the table as casually as if it were a chopstick. "Let's not talk about business today. We'll take a look at it another day." "What day is that?" Su Shi seemed a little embarrassed. Time is tight. With his status, there was no need for him to be so entangled. But to him, everything in the world had a price, including his status and face. Of course, these were valuable, but compared to the entire Jubao merchants, they were not worth mentioning. Chung Geng-shing's fat face was bright. "We'll only drink today. We'll tell you the date another day." His words were like a tongue twister, frivolous and teasing. Hence, there was no need to hide his perfunctory words. Su Shi smiled. "Looks like young Master Xing still has no intention of forgiving the Jubao merchants. Have the Jubao merchants done anything that requires my forgiveness?" Chung Geng-shing said in surprise. "I really don't know. If that's the case," Su Shi smiled, "I'll take my leave." He got up and left the table. Ching Shi naturally followed behind him. "I'll let Dean Su know." Chung Geng-shing extended his right hand and pointed at Jiang Wang, who was sitting at the second table. "This brother of mine always keeps his word. The day before yesterday, he made an appointment with society leader Chung. After knocking open the inner mansion, he will go to the cornucopia to look for her and continue their previous relationship. You have to manage it well. Don't make my brother unable to find the door." Su Shi tilted his head and took a deep look at Jiang Wang. Then he turned back and said to Chung Geng-shing, "We must work hard so that he can find it. Forgive me for not seeing you off," Chung Geng-shing finally said. From beginning to end, Jiang Wang didn't say a word. Chung Geng-shing's words represented his attitude. In fact, on the other hand, Zhongshuan Sheng was also using his name to express his attitude. Su Shi's visit to the Xia Mountain Villa, this time, was no different from Chung Geng-shing's visit to the cornucopia. Sticking out one's face to be slapped was not a good thing. But for everything, if there was a chance, one should try their best. This principle was easy to understand but hard to do. One could only enjoy what ordinary people couldn't enjoy if they could endure what ordinary people couldn't. However, the specific difference between the two was that Chung Geng-shing's visit to the cornucopia was not only to try his best to recover the losses, but also to show weakness in order to numb Yung Genzuan. That was why he could kick him without warning. And Su Shi's visit to the Xia Mountain Villa, other than trying to cut off his own flesh to stop the losses, on the carriage back to the villa, Li Longchuan and Su Xiangqian sat side by side. Li Jingshu sat opposite them. Su Shi's sudden visit made these young masters lose their interest in playing at night. They also knew that Chung Geng-shing must be busy, so they all went home. Li Jingshu said thoughtfully. Su Shi hurriedly came to the Xia Mountain Villa, put down his face, and came to apologize in order to drag Chung Geng-shing into the water. He wanted to make some people realize that the matter of Su Fang could be Cheng Gengsheng's revenge, so he couldn't get away with it. The two of them were his juniors. He also saw Su Xiangqian as his nephew, so he spoke directly. Li Longchuan said, but Cheng Gengsheng didn't take the blame. He didn't take the blame to show that he had nothing to do with this matter. There was no revenge against the Jiubao merchants. Naturally, it had nothing to do with Su Fang. Su Xiangqian slapped his forehead as if suddenly enlightened. No wonder she kept apologizing, and Chongxian Fat kept saying that there was no need to apologize. Even if Chongxian won, his response was accurate. Li Longchuan forcefully changed the way he had addressed Su Shi and continued, since Su Shi came and put down his face, there was no way he could get out of this whirlpool. So why do you think Cheng Gengsheng invited so many people to come and enjoy a single Feng Xia is not late? Li Jingshu asked. As long as the Jiubao merchants are unlucky, he can't wash away the suspicion no matter what, even if it really has nothing to do with him. But as long as suspicion is suspicion, it won't affect him too much. After all, the Zhonggenjia is the Zhonggenjia, not some family without foundation. In his words, he wasn't dissatisfied that he had unintentionally supported Cheng Gengsheng. With just a light point, Li Longchuan understood. He chuckled and said, especially when there is Chongxian Mingguang among them. Just by looking at how even someone like Su Shi couldn't maintain a good face for Chongxian Mingguang, it was enough to see how stupid his behavior today was. As Yonggenzuan's father, he came to host Cheng Gengsheng's banquet today. He thought that he was interfering with Cheng Gengsheng's social circle, but in fact it greatly reduced the effect of Su Shi's visit. Because he was Yonggenzuan's biological father, and Yonggenzuan was the Jiubao merchant's business partner. If Cheng Gengsheng was really playing tricks and attacking the Jiubao merchants, why would Yonggenzuan's father come to host Cheng Gengsheng's banquet? The Jiubao merchants' visit to apologize not only didn't make them feel wronged, but also made them feel a little dizzy and aggressive. It could be said that they couldn't do anything right, but they were good at spoiling things. What a Chongxian fatty! Su Xiangqian clicked his tongue in wonder. I don't know how he got that fat on his body. Could it be that he can think with his brain? Li Jingshu's eyelids twitched. Sometimes, he felt a headache for this disciple of his good friend. After all, his train of thought was too strange. He sighed and warned, since he has expressed his goodwill, it will be easier for you young people to get along. Try to maintain your friendship. Don't make him your enemy easily. Chongxian Mingguang left with a gloomy face. Cheng Gengsheng sent him to the door with a smile. The guests had all left and the cups and plates were in a mess. Jiang Wang was alone in the courtyard, looking at the shadow of Mount Xia under the night sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Cheng Gengsheng walked to his side and stood side by side with him. It will be very busy in the coming days. Attacking the Jiubao merchants was only the first step, and it was very successful. The next step would be to attack Yonggenzuan's power in all aspects. The restaurants, inns, grain stores, and various other businesses in his hands needed funds to maintain. His hangers-on needed to be supported. His network of business needed to be maintained. All of these required resources, huge amounts of resources. For a family of the Zhonggenjia's level, choosing a successor was not just based on one's cultivation. Instead, it was focused on whether the successor could lead the family to a better future. After leaving Jixia Academy, no matter how strong Yonggenzuan was, if he was all alone, there was no way he could compete with Cheng Gengsheng. Destroying was always easier than building. Cheng Gengsheng's hammer had already smashed the hardest metal. In the next year, it should be enough to destroy most of Yonggenzuan's years of hard work. After the Jiubao merchants were defeated and Yonggenzuan was not around, there should be no one among his subordinates who had the confidence to go against Cheng Gengsheng. Yonggenzuan could definitely make a comeback. But to put it bluntly, how many more years could old Master Zhongxian hold on? How much time could he have? Jiang Wang did not like Feng Xia Shimano at all. He did not even have any expectations for the remaining 6 sites in Linzi. It's better to be busy, he only said. Chapter 376. Cheng Gengxing's business in Linzi wasn't very big. However, Jiang Wang and Cheng Gengxing were busy all night. This was also the night that the Jiubao merchants were struggling to save themselves. However, this wasn't enough to stir up the night in a big city like Linzi. The night passed in silence in Linzi. Early the next morning, a servant came to summon the old marquis. Cheng Gengxing was a little tired, but he was in good spirits. He only said, "That uncle of mine isn't good at other things, but he's an expert at complaining." Jiang Wang took the time to recuperate on the isolated island and listened to his complaint. "Uncle told me that he's not good at literature or martial arts, but he's been favored since he was young." The uncle that Cheng Gengxing mentioned was naturally his paternal uncle, Chongxian Chu Liang. In terms of blood relations, he was closer to Chongxian Mingguang. However, in terms of their hearts, the two of them were worlds apart. His paternal uncle, Chongxian Chu Liang, was his pillar of support since he was young. Unfortunately, his greatest pillar of support was also Yung Genzuan's paternal uncle. Yung Genzuan was also an outstanding descendant of Chongxian Chu Liang. They were blood-related. Even with Xiong Tu's tyranny, he couldn't really do anything to him. "When I was young, I always wondered why someone like my grandfather would favor such a stupid uncle. Later on, I finally understood. Probably because the situation had reached a critical juncture, Cheng Gengxing couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He also started to ramble. It was a way to calm people down. My grandfather had 4 sons. My father and 3rd uncle are gone. My 4th uncle is far away on an island and doesn't return all year round. I haven't heard a word from him. My uncle, on the other hand, didn't like to be lectured and moved out to live on his own. However, he would always ask questions in the morning and afternoon. It can be seen that everyone has their own strengths. Everyone has their own preferences and what they can be moved about in different ways. Someone as stupid as Uncle Mingguang has his filial side. A hero like my grandfather will inevitably have a soft heart when he gets old." Jiang Wang said in surprise, "Did you think of this when you were young?" "That's right. When I was young, I would always lie in bed alone, thinking about how I was different from others and why I was different. 14 was afraid that I would starve, so he always took food and sat by the bed to feed me. I'll think about it as I eat. Does thinking too much make a person smarter? Or perhaps, sometimes circumstances force people to be smart?" Imagining a lonely little fatty struggling to come up with an answer for the cold treatment he received, the scene was inevitably a little sad. Jiang Wang deliberately laughed and said, "So it's 14's fault that you're so fat?" "Yes, it's all 14's fault," Cheng Gengxing said. He probably thought that 14th was still injured, so he lost interest in talking. He pushed the booklet in front of him. "Let's go. Accompany me to Marquis Boang's estate." By this time, Jiang Wang had finished his training. Without asking why, he stood up as well. "It's said that a marquis family is as deep as the ocean. Thanks to you, I've been to the ocean twice, since I came to Linzi." Cheng Gengxing laughed. "You're a good swimmer." Following Cheng Gengxing directly into Marquis Boang's estate, there were no twists and turns. Jiang Wang saw Marquis Boang himself for the first time in the main hall. He was an awe-inspiring old man. Although the wrinkles on his face were deep, his aura was solemn. He was dressed in casual clothes, but it was as if he was wearing a battle robe. He sat upright. He was tall and tall. Although he was sitting, he gave off the feeling of a mountain. Chongxian Mingguang wasn't present. Perhaps he didn't want to confront Cheng Gengxing face to face, or perhaps there were other reasons. Jiang Wang didn't know. but there was a figure covered in black armor standing next to Marquis Baoang. Who else could it be but 14, who was supposed to be recuperating in Zhanggenjia territory? He didn't know when he had recovered, but he didn't return to Cheng Gungxing's side immediately. This was a small reminder. In terms of status, 14 was Cheng Gungxing's personal bodyguard. He was also the family's loyalist, first the family, then the master. Cheng Gungxing first bowed to Chongxian, then laughed without restraint. 14 bowed his head slightly in response. He then glanced at Jiang Wang and nodded. For 14, this was a rare recognition and greeting, and it was also because they had fought side by side. Jiang Wang also bowed to Cheng Gungxing. Jiang Wang greets the Marquis. Chongxian Yunbo raised his hand slightly. No need to be so courteous. Chu Liang told me about you. He said you're good. It was an honor to be mentioned by Chongxian Chu Liang in front of Marquis Baoang. Jiang Wang said modestly, I don't deserve Marquis Dingyuan's praise. Chongxian Yunbo only nodded slightly, then turned to Cheng Gungxing and said, Let's talk alone as Zhanggenjia people? With his status, it was already an honor for him to be willing to talk to Jiang Wang. At this time, he had something to say to Cheng Gungxing, but he didn't recognize Jiang Wang's qualification to listen in. Jiang Wang didn't want to argue with the Marquis in front of Zhanggenjia, so he wanted to leave. But a fat hand stopped him. Cheng Gungxing looked at the Marquis and said, If it's a private conversation between grandfather and grandson, it's only me and grandfather who can talk. It's said that we want to talk about Zhanggenjia. Grandfather, I don't have anything that Jiang Wang can't listen to. The same goes for 14. When I had nothing, it was 14 who accompanied me. When I had a gloomy future, it was Jiang Wang and 14 who accompanied me to the Tianfu secret territory. In the Yang territory, it was the three of us who fought a bloody battle together to achieve what we have today. Grandfather, they have a share in my career. 14 had always been silent, so Jiang Wang was also silent. Chongxian Yunbo looked at his grandson for a while, then said, The mountain-carrying armor has been repaired, but it's still not as good as before. 14's mountain-carrying armor had been broken once before. It was repaired, but it was broken again by Ji Cheng's arrow on the Yang territory battlefield. Cheng Gungxing paused for a while, then replied, It's not as good as before. Chongxian Yunbo sighed. The armor can always be repaired, but the person can't. There was a trace of sadness in his words. What Jiang Wang didn't know was that the mountain-carrying armor was the armor of Cheng Gungxing's father, Chongxian Fut. When he died in a bloody battle, this armor was also broken on the battlefield. After it was repaired, it was no longer as good as before. This armor was left to Cheng Gungxing as a legacy, and Cheng Gungxing gave it to 14. Grandfather, Cheng Gungxing said, if it can't be repaired, then there's no need to. The armor is the same, and the person is the same. Chongxian Yunbo hoped that his family would be filled with children and grandchildren. How could that be possible? He hoped so, but he knew that it wasn't realistic. Thus, he sighed and changed the topic. I know you hate Jiang Wuliang, but he has been imprisoned for 19 years. You don't have to stab him again and cut off his remaining hope. Jiang Wuliang's imprisonment was called the Green Stone Palace. The name of this palace was very particular. Let's not talk about the stone and jade, just the word green. The crown prince usually lived in the East Palace, and the East was mainly green, so the Green Stone Palace often referred to the East Palace. Although Qi Jun detested the eldest son of the emperor, there was still a trace of unspoken expectation in his heart. After all, Jiang Wuliang was his first son, who had accompanied him through difficult times. This time, Cheng Gungxing used Su Fang's death to punish the Jubao merchants, and at the same time, he also dealt a heavy blow to Jiang Wuliang, knocking him into the abyss again. But why did he say that Cheng Gungxing hated Jiang Wuliang? Why did he hate the deposed crown prince? Jiang Wang was silent at the side. He realized that he was going to hear about the past of Zhenggenjia and Qi. Chapter 377. Jiang Wuliang isn't the only pitiful person in the world. Cheng Gengxing said, Su Fang lived a life worse than death for 18 years. I also became an orphan at the age of 2. Grandfather, I don't know if it's because I'm too old. Looking back on the past in recent years, I actually feel that things in the world are impermanent and can be forgiven. Chongxian Yunbua's expression softened. He said slowly, Jiang Wuliang can't be blamed for everything that happened back then. After all, when your father died, he was already imprisoned in the Green Stone Palace. It was Mingtu himself who got what he wanted. Chongxian Futu was the name he later changed. His original name was Chongxian Mingtu. The old Marquis's declaration clearly touched Cheng Gengxing. But this fatty forced his face to stiffen and refused to soften. Back then, Cheng Gengxing tried to appear calm. During the Battle of Xia, he refused to lead the troop. The emperor was furious and imprisoned him, asking him if he had any thoughts of Xia. Everyone knew that the emperor asked him if he was Xia, but in his heart, he thought that he was on Jiang Wuliang's side and supported the peace faction. He used this to force the emperor to abdicate. He was such a smart person. Would he really do such a stupid thing? Wasn't this incited by Jiang Wuliang? Jiang Wuliang was innocent? Pitiful? The he Cheng Gengxing spoke of was naturally Chongxian Futu. In order to make up for this mistake and win back your heart, you, who had taken off your armor for many years, had no choice but to come out again. You brought your 3 sons and 1 nephew to the front lines of Xia. In this battle, more than half of the Zhenggenjia's direct descendants died. My 3rd uncle died in battle. Because of this, you deeply hated him and never spoke to him again in your life. Why was I hated and bullied in Zhenggenjia? If it wasn't for Uncle Chu Liang's protection, I would have been beaten to death by someone. And even with Uncle Chu Liang's contribution in defeating Xia, he was not conferred the title of Marquis because he pleaded for mercy for him. You only got the title of Count, and you were warned to be careful. Cheng Gengxing looked at Chongxian Yunbo. Grandpa, now you're telling me not to hate Jiang Wuliang anymore. Chongxian Yunbo was silent for half a day before he finally said, At that time Mingtu destroyed 2 kingdoms. His name was well known throughout the world. If His Majesty did not trust him, he would not have wanted him to lead the army to defeat the Xia. Furthermore, when Mingtu went to the withered yard to suppress his murderous nature, he hit it off with Jiang Wuliang at first sight. After that, they became best friends and helped each other improve. Now that you have a close friend, perhaps you can understand his choice. Everyone has their own reasons. Then, can everything in the world be forgiven? But the coldness, hatred, and bullying that I experienced in my childhood, why didn't those people forgive me? Why didn't they forgive me? Cheng Gengxing was expressionless. Perhaps everything in the world can be forgiven. But Grandpa, I'm too young. Since the Jiubao merchants have betrayed me, I will definitely finish them off. I'm too young, so I can't do it. He was talking about the Jiubao merchants, not just the Jiubao merchant. Chongxian Yunbo sighed. He was not asking Cheng Gengxing not to hate Jiang Wuliang. He hoped that Cheng Gengxing would not hate the emperor and his biological father, Chongxian Fu Tuesday. This was because hating the emperor was the path to death. Hating one's own father was the root of a lifetime of pain. This was something that Chongxian Yunbo, as a grandfather, could not bear to see. However, he also realized that Cheng Gengxing's thoughts and decisions were not something that could be changed with just a few words. The more outstanding a person was, the more determined they were. Chongxian Fu too was like this in the past. Now, Yonggenzuan and Cheng Gengxing were the same. Chongxian Mingguang was more than 60 years old, and was still obedient to him. However, he knew very well that his eldest son was an idiot. That's all for today. The old man sat on the chair and raised his hand tiredly. I'm tired. Chung Gung-shing bowed politely. I'll take my leave. Jiang Wang stood up and left, followed by 14. When Chung Gung-shing walked to the door, the old man's voice sounded again. Mingtu came to see me before I set off, but I ignored him. I didn't say a word to him until I died. This is the regret of my life. There was a slight tremor in the old man's voice. This was an emotion that was very rare to see in this old man. If he could hear this, he would be very happy, Grandpa, Chung Gung-shing said. But at the same time, he said in his heart, it's a pity that he can't hear it. Then, who cared whether he was happy or not? After Chung Gung-shing and the other two left, a slightly plump figure came out from inside. Chongxian Yunbo sighed. Chu Liang, it's been hard on you these years. Chongxian Chu Liang, who had just been made a marquis, said in a low voice, my cultivation was introduced by second brother, and my art of war was also taught by second brother. If it weren't for second brother, I would have died many times in my early years. Everything I did was right. It's just that I didn't take good care of Sheng these years. Chongxian Yunbo's 4 sons. Chongxian Futu was ranked second. Chongxian Chuliang was younger than Chongxian Mingshan, the third son, and older than Chongxian Mingi. Therefore, he called Chongxian Futu second brother. Chongxian Yunbo's expression was sorrowful. At this time, it was probably only in front of Chongxian Chuliang that he could reveal such true and subtle emotions. Xing is able to become what he is today. Mingtu's spirit in heaven should be able to rest in peace. Chongxian Chuliang said, that year, when second sister-in-law was pregnant, second brother named the child Xing, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl. He told me that because he had failed in his life, he didn't want his child to repeat the same mistake. Hearing these words, my heart bled. How prideful was second brother! He actually admitted that he had failed in his life. At that time, Jiang Wuliang had already been deposed. Zheng Genjia was implicated, and the situation was difficult, and they were troubled for many years. When Xing was born, second sister-in-law died in childbirth. Because of this, second brother was disheartened, and that year, he changed his name to Futu, to show his heart towards Buddha. 2 years later, the imperial censor reported that the deposed crown prince had grievances. The emperor was furious. He imprisoned him in the Green Stone Palace, and let him die of old age. The entire court was silent, and second brother left the meditation room to plead for mercy. The emperor was so angry that he even asked him, why does Zhenggenjia Futu only know about the crown prince and not the father? He hinted that the Zhenggenjia had the intention to rebel. In order to prove his innocence, and to not implicate the family, second brother entered the sea alone and fought to his death. Because of this tragic battle, the Zhenggenjia was able to safely survive the crisis. That year, Xing was 2 years old. Many people in Zhenggenjia hated him, and because of this, they blamed Xing. However, they had already forgotten how much glory second brother had brought to the Zhenggenjia. They only remember the bad and not the good. Chongxian Chuliang's words were filled with complaints. Chongxian Yunbo could naturally hear it, so his voice was also very heavy. Until now, Xing still doesn't know where Mingtu died. He only knows that he was surrounded on the battlefield and died of exhaustion. If this child couldn't be raised, then so be it. Since he was able to grab the opportunity, I will support him to become the head of the Zhenggenjia. Chongxian Chuliang said. After all, this position should have been second brother's. Mingtu was the head of the family, and if he didn't care, then it was over. Xing and Zun are in my hands. I can't differentiate between close and distant. If they are willing to fight, I will give them a chance and let them fight among themselves. I only control the speed, and I won't put anyone's life in danger. Chongxian Yunbo said. I think they know what to do. Chongxian Chuliang only said. Actually, after being made a marquis, he could understand some of Chongxian Yunbo's decisions more and more. Managing such a big family required a lot of hard work. There were many things that couldn't be considered simply, and it was also difficult for him to do as he pleased. Chongxian Yunbo sighed. I am pushing people myself. Mingtu has been gone for so many years. Although I hate him deeply, I also love him deeply. We are both parents, and I think that your majesty should be the same. Sheng used the dethroning of the crown prince to make an issue out of it, and I'm afraid that he will meet with misfortune. Chongxian Chuliang said, this matter was handled very cleanly, and there won't be any clues. 7 Fingers has already committed suicide. 7 Fingers was Mingtu's old subordinate, right? Yes. Sheng always thought that the old subordinates who helped him were my people. If he knew that they were second brother's old subordinates, I'm afraid he wouldn't use them. Chongxian Yunbo suddenly thought of something. After a long time, he said, I will definitely bury them. P.S. If there are conditions, please try to support the original subscription, okay? Your subscription will determine how long this book can be published. Chapter 378. White Bone Underground Palace. The large group of palaces was really deserted. Even the descending god had been defeated, and the entire White Bone Path had disappeared in name and reality. Only this vast underground palace could still prove that it had once existed. The connection with the netherworld had long been cut off, and the White Bone Underground Palace no longer had any connection with the netherworld. Now, Zhang Linchuan, who had occupied the White Bone Sacred Body, was the owner of this place. Completely refining the sacred body was a long process. After all, this was a descending god's body that the netherworld god had prepared for himself. But Zhang Linchuan was very confident. With an imperfect body, he was able to complete his plot against the gods. He had never once doubted his pursuit of power. He, who only had power in his eyes, was extremely cold in his bones. When he was in Maplewood City, whether it was Zhu Weiwa or Wei Yan, he didn't care about them. Even if Zhu Weiwa later fought Kuei Shan and obtained a divine ability and achieved the inner palace of the divine ability, he had already been left behind. Only Wang Zhangji, who had occupied his original body, was clearly only at the inner palace of his original body, but he was secretly afraid of him. After all, strictly speaking, Wang Zhangji was the one who had defeated the netherworld god head-on. In the empty hall, the sound of footsteps was especially heavy. It was even a little frightening. For example, the person with the rabbit bone face was very uncomfortable with this sound, and tiptoed every time. Zhang Linchuan stopped adjusting his breath and saw Lu Yen walking out from the depths of the long corridor. This third elder, who was originally loyal to the White Bone Path, had completely lost trust in the White Bone God because of the Daozi. Thus, she was persuaded by him to join the rebellion against the White Bone God. This was undoubtedly a very risky operation, but the rewards were also very considerable. He took the greatest risk and obtained the White Bone Sacred Body. And one of the benefits that Lu Yen obtained was that she shared the entire White Bone Scripture with him. It combined all the secret techniques of the 12 White Bone Gods, including all the secret techniques that the 3 elders, the emissary, and the saintess cultivated. Of course, the entire scripture was shared by him, Lu Yen, and Miaoyu. Completely leaving the White Bone Path was another condition of Miaoyu. As for Lu Yen, he was still thinking about his deceased wife's soul, which was somewhere unknown. But apart from the fact that the White Bone God had yet to be reincarnated and dissipated, he knew nothing about the White Bone God. No wonder he chose to rebel after the White Bone God's credibility collapsed. After all these years, there had been no real progress. The ones that had been hanging in front of him were just bubbles. You used your ability to spy on the netherworld again? Zhang Linchuan asked. Today, he no longer had to pretend to be respectful in front of others. Although the white-boned sacred body had not been completely refined, the battle prowess he could unleash was already above Lu Yan's. Lu Yan closed her eyes, and her voice was still as unpleasant as ever. Looking for a needle in a haystack. What are you worried about? Zhang Linchuan said indifferently. You made the blood oath yourself. Apart from you, no one else knows about the blood contract item. And I have already fulfilled my oath. I won't change my mind about what I promised you. Kaki. Lu Yan laughed strangely. I know your strength and talent very well. How long can the blood oath bind you? And once you lose the restriction of the blood oath, will things like promises have any restrictions on you? You can repair the blood oath from time to time. I will definitely cooperate. Zhang Linchuan frowned and said, or I can take the risk to open the passage to the netherworld for you now and let you enter the netherworld personally to find the person you are looking for. But are you sure you can escape the gaze of the white-boned sacred god? The netherworld is his home ground. They were just a combination of interests, and there was no trust to speak of. Zhang Linchuan had to make the stakes clear and let the other party choose for himself. As Zhang Linchuan said, the most uncomfortable thing about Lu Yan's betrayal was that his final landing point was still in the netherworld, which was the home ground of the white-boned sacred god. If the white-boned sacred god, as a god, had not repeatedly betrayed and deceived his followers, Lu Yan could not make up his mind anyway. Although he had come to this step and defeated the white-boned sacred god's divine thoughts, the real difficult moment for him was still to come. How long do you need to hide in the netherworld? Lu Yan asked. At that time, Zhang Linchuan wanted to get support. One of the reasons why he did not hesitate to take the blood oath was to create the method of hiding in the netherworld to help Lu Yan avoid the gaze of the white-boned sacred god and create the conditions for him to enter the netherworld personally to find the person. Zhang Linchuan replied, when I completely refine the white-boned sacred body, I will start. Believe me, that is not difficult. He had proved his ability to break the influence of the white-boned sacred god, so he was qualified to say such words. Lu Yan did not speak anymore. He still closed his eyes and began to walk back. In fact, he did not put all his hopes on Zhang Linchuan. He was also studying the white-boned sacred scriptures, but he was not confident about whether he could avoid the gaze of the white-boned sacred god in the netherworld. After Lu Yan left for a while, Zhang Linchuan took out a bone mirror and reached out to touch it. The scene in the mirror rippled a few times like water ripples, and Miaoyu's extremely charming face appeared in it. It seems that you have stabilized your body, Miaoyu said first. This is not worthy of your surprise. Zhang Linchuan asked in a low voice, what is your name now? Miaoyu did not seem to understand the deep meaning and only said, White Lotus or Miaoyu, it depends on what you want to call me. Zhang Linchuan leaned close to the bone mirror and looked at her, saying, I want to rebuild the white bone path. Why don't you come back and help me? I promise to give you the real status of saintess. Miaoyu smiled, and that smile was charming. I am not interested in the cult now. Especially the cult that doesn't even have a god. Zhang Linchuan lowered his eyelids. It seems that you already have a place to stay. Miaoyu did not comment. Looking at this Taoist's face, I feel very awkward. What do you think, emissary? The white-boned sacred body occupied by Zhang Linchuan was not complete, and Miaoyu, as the white-boned sacred lady, was regarded as the fruit of Tao by the white-boned sacred god. They were all very clear about this. As the weaker party, Miaoyu was particularly cautious. Even the sharing of the white-boned sacred scriptures was done remotely. At this time, Zhang Linchuan was not without coercion, hinting that he would look for her, and Miaoyu fought back with the existence of Wang Zhangji. If she gave the white-boned sacred scriptures to Wang Zhangji, it was hard to say whether that man could see through his current weakness. There was no doubt that this was his weakness. But Zhang Linchuan was very calm. Do you think he can pose a threat to me? Only now do I know that debts have to be paid. Miaoyu suddenly sighed, but the sadness in her eyes made it difficult to tell whether it was true or not. Perhaps you will only understand this when you pay your debts. Zhang Linchuan's expression did not change. Oh, he. Miaoyu laughed again. Don't try to chase me. That's a dangerous thing. The mirror shook and Miaoyu's face disappeared. There was no need to sense it again. Zhang Linchuan knew that the connection with the bone mirror must have been completely cut off. In other words, it was impossible for him to contact Miaoyu through this method. Thus, he was unable to obtain more details and lock onto the person's location. Smart woman. Zhang Linchuan's eyes were very dangerous, but he laughed. Chapter 379. Linzi City had a Yunwu mountain that was as famous as the Dawn Mountain. Jiang Wang, Su Xiangqian, Li Longchuan, Gao Zhe, and Yan Fu were sitting in the pavilion. Outside the window, the clouds were swirling and changing into different shapes. The Deqi Palace had a stargazing tower, which was the tallest building in Linzi City. The tallest mountain in Linzi City was generally known as the Yunwu Mountain. Of course, in the entire Linzi City, be it buildings or mountains, could not be taller than the stargazing tower. There was a scenery on the Yunwu Mountain known as the Yunhai Mirage. On the first day of every month, the layers of clouds on the Yunwu Mountain would form illusionary pavilions that were extremely beautiful. In the beginning, some people said that it was a hidden secret realm, some said that it was a natural phenomenon, and some even said that it was the reflection of an ancient celestial palace. Of course, it was later proven that this so-called Yunhai Mirage was just a formation. The reason why the clouds on the Yunwu Mountain was not only because of the mountain, but also because of the formation. This scenery was not natural, but man-made. As a result, the 7 sites of Linzi did not have this name. The reason why the Yunwu Mountain was as famous as the Dawn Mountain was not because of the deeply carved Yunhai Mirage, but because of the place where they were sitting. This pavilion belonged to the Tianxiang Cloud Pavilion, one of the 4 famous pavilions of Linzi. The House of Red Sleeves had 3 cups of 8-note tea. The Tianxiang Cloud Pavilion only had 1 note, and the reason why it was as famous as the other pavilions was because of the 2 words Tianxiang. As one sat in the pavilion, one could smell the fragrance. This fragrance was not incense, nor was it the fragrance of cosmetics. It was the fragrance of the Yunwu flower at the peak of the Yunwu Mountain. The fragrance was faintly discernible, but it made one yearn for it. There was no need to elaborate on the story. After all, the entire Yunwu Mountain belonged to the Tianxiang Cloud Pavilion. Of the 4 famous pavilions, the House of Red Sleeves and the Begonia Spring were located in the bustling areas. Only the Tianxiang Cloud Pavilion had a different idea. Its location could be considered remote, but it was also famous in Linzi. There would often be guests who would stay there for a few months just for peace and quiet. What do you think about seeking peace and quiet in the brothel? During this period of time, Jiang Wang had been very active in visiting the 4 famous pavilions. Among the circle of the younger generation in Linzi, he had made a name for himself. Yan Fu treated money like water and would treat every banquet. As long as Su Xiangqian heard that Yan Fu was there, he would definitely come along. Not only that, he even dragged Li Longchuan along. Of course, the word forcefully was debatable, and Li Longchuan had never been unwilling. But unlike others, Jiang Wang was not here for the girls in the 4 famous restaurants, but for the 8-tone tea. The 8 notes of the 8-tone tea were bianzhong, flute, big drum, pipa, qin, sei, zhen, and sheng. Among them, the chime sound was lo ho zui, and the pipa sound was the mistress pipa. The zither music tea was located in the heavenly fragrant cloud pavilion on Mount Yunwu. It was called Hidden Cloud. A cup of floral tea and the sound of a zither lingered in the air. It was intoxicating, as if hidden in the clouds. After sparring with Li Longchuan, Jiang Wang had tried to infuse sound into his technique, and had made some breakthroughs. During this period of time, Chung Gungsheng was very busy, so he often asked Jiang Wang to make friends on his behalf. Making friends wasn't Jiang Wang's forte. He wasn't someone who knew how to make friends. But since he wanted to taste the 8-tone tea, he could just make do with it. Yan Fu was a person who made people have a good impression of him. He was gentle, polite, and generous. Gao Zhe was a different kind of person. He looked a little boorish, but his thoughts were very deep. When he was with Jiang Wang and the others, he never mentioned his cousin who was lost in the heavenly secret realm. It was unknown whether it was because of their bad relationship or because Su Xiangqian had a falling out with Gao Jing outside the heavenly secret realm. After drinking Hidden Cloud, the group discussed going to the top of the mountain to admire the flowers. Since they were on Mount Yunwu, there was no reason not to look at the Yunwu flowers. The heavenly fragrant cloud pavilion had a pavilion that led directly to the top of the mountain. One side of the wooden pavilion was close to the mountain, while the other side was like a sea of clouds. Although everyone's cultivation wasn't bad, no one spoiled the scenery and directly flew up the mountain. When he was halfway there, a group of people in front of him, like stars surrounding the moon, walked towards him, escorting a young man. It was autumn, so Mount Yunwu was a little cold. But those who could come here to enjoy the scenery probably had some cultivation, so they wore light clothes. Only this young man was wrapped in a thick mink coat. His face was pale, and he looked a little weak. But in the group behind him, Jiang Wang saw a familiar face, Zhang Yong. He was no longer young and immature like he was outside the heavenly secret realm. He was dressed appropriately and had a strong aura. His gaze was no longer evasive. Instead, it was scrutinizing and a little gloomy. When he saw Jiang Wang, he just nodded slightly as a greeting. Then the identity of this mink-coat young man was obvious: Deqi's 11th prince, Jiang Wuqi. He was also one of the strongest competitors for the throne. Your Highness. Beside him, Li Longchuan, Yan Fu, and the others all greeted him. These people were either rich or noble, so they didn't need to bow when they saw a prince. They just pulled Jiang Wang to the side to show respect. Even if it was only this level of respect, not all princes and princesses could enjoy it. If it was Chung Gungsheng and the 14th prince, Jiang Weiyong, who was opposite him, they would try it. Jiang Wuqi's future was bright, and he had the possibility of ascending to the throne. Only then would he be worthy of the respect of these princes with boundless prospects. Deqi's culture was quite tolerant. Even if he was a prince, it wasn't rude to come to a brothel like the heavenly fragrant cloud pavilion. Especially people like Li Longchuan, Yan Fu, and Gao Zhe. They were often seen by princes and princesses, so it wasn't strange. If they met, they would greet each other and go their own way. The real princes of the top families wouldn't get involved in the fight for the throne. No matter who ascended to the throne in Deqi, they couldn't leave their families. Only people like Zhang Yong, whose family was ruined, needed to fight for the merit of ascending to the throne and seek to recover. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wuqi didn't have the intention to leave. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. After greeting the princes one by one, he looked at Jiang Wang and said, "Your bearing is extraordinary, and the sword at your waist looks like a famous weapon. You must be Chung Gungsheng's right-hand man, the man of Qingyang town of Deqi?" Jiang Wang bowed slightly and saluted. "Jiang Wang greets your highness." Jiang Wuqi coughed twice and said, "You've done meritorious deeds for Deqi in the land of the sun, and I respect that. But in the south of Qiyang, you publicly humiliated my 14th brother. As his brother, it's fine if I don't see you, but since I've seen you, I have to show my appreciation. I deserve to be rewarded for raising Deqi's prestige. But I have to protect the dignity of the imperial family." He looked at Jiang Wang and said, "What do you think?" His words were clear and straightforward, and it was difficult for people to be angry at him for finding trouble with him. Since we're on the battlefield, there's no right or wrong, only life and death, victory and defeat. I killed some people in the land of the sun and shed some blood. Even if I've done some meritorious deeds, His Majesty has already rewarded me. There's no need for your Highness to reward me again. Jiang Wang looked straight into Jiang Wuqi's eyes without dodging. As for the matter in the south of Qiyang, there's a public opinion. Your Highness shouldn't be unaware. I've never had the heart to humiliate others, but those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. His words were neither servile nor overbearing, and Li Longchuan and Yan Fu secretly nodded. Jiang Wuqi directly said to him, I'm a person who rewards and punishes clearly. I want to reward you, but I also want to punish you. Are you willing to accept this? Jiang Wang replied Jiang Wuqi, I don't need you to reward me, that's what the emperor should do. As for punishment, I didn't do anything wrong, so it's up to you. Chapter 380. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Jiang Wuqi wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled happily. I'm very happy that Minister Jiang Wuqi is courteous. No one was blind. Everyone could see that his smile was sincere. He wasn't pretending. He really thought that way. Jiang Wang said that he would only be rewarded by the emperor. This was courteous. Facing Jiang Wuqi, he was neither servile nor overbearing. This was courteous. He was happy that there was a talent in Qi, even if this person might not be of use to him. Only someone with a big picture could think of problems this way. In his praise, there was a key point about the word I. It wasn't exclusive to the emperor. Princes could also be called I. Whether it was Jiang Wuyong or Jiang Wuqi, they all called themselves I. However, only the master of a palace was qualified to call himself I. Usually, other than the empress and the concubines who had their own palaces, only the crown prince was qualified to call himself I, because he was the master of the East Palace. However, there were a few exceptions in Qi. Other than the crown prince, there were 3 other princes and princesses who had their own palaces. This was seen as a sign that they were qualified to inherit the throne. Among them, Jiang Wuqi was the master of the Longevity Palace. The words, this consort, were a reminder to Jiang Wang. I have the qualifications to succeed the crown prince. Thus, I reward you and punish you with my heart. You must accept it. Since Jiang Wuqi said that, Jiang Wang could only remain silent. He couldn't say that it was none of Jiang Wang's business what he did. After all, this was Qi. Jiang Wuqi was the successor. The talents from the state of Qi really had something to do with him. After laughing, Jiang Wuqi thought for a while and said, That day, you were humiliated in Nanyao City because my 14th brother wasn't good enough. Since you're not afraid, why don't we have another battle today? His meaning was clear. Back then, Jiang Wang taught Jiang Wuyong a lesson. Today, he taught Jiang Wang a lesson. They were even. It wasn't too much. Although Jiang Wuyong was the one who had taken the initiative to stir up trouble in South Distant City, he was also the one who had humiliated himself. However, in the Qi division, and even in the entire world, the Jiang imperial family naturally had the right to be unreasonable. Jiang Wang did not make any useless excuses. He simply flicked his sword and said, It is my wish, I do not dare to ask you. This is what I wanted, I just didn't say it out loud. Although he hadn't reached the level of a battle maniac, he was calm and fearless when it came to battle. Jiang Wuqi nodded in satisfaction. He didn't turn around to look at the group of people behind him. He only asked, Jiang Qing made a name for himself on the battlefield. Who would like to play with him? Someone stood up from behind. I'm willing to play for your highness. It was Zhang Yong. It seemed that the annihilation of his sect had changed him a lot. His cowardice and cowardice outside the Heavenly Palace secret realm seemed to have been stripped clean. The current Zhang Yong had the gloom of a blood feud, an undisguised desire for advancement, and a determination to fight with anyone. Your Highness. The jade belt on Li Longchuan's forehead glowed faintly, making him look even more valiant. Mount Yunwu is a place for recreation. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to play martial arts here. Among Jiang Wang's group, the Yan family's wealth had been passed down for generations, but only the former Prime Minister, Yan Ping, truly rose to prominence. The Gao family of Linhai only became famous after noble consort Jing gained favor. In terms of foundation, they were not as good as the Li family of Shermen. There was no need to mention Su Xiangqian. The Green Cliff Academy was well known in the world, but Qi Division might not be willing to give them face. The only one who could stop Jiang Wuqi was Li Longchuan. Of course, in terms of relationship, Jiang Wang had already visited the city-crushing marquee mansion. Compared to Yan Fu and Gao Zhe, he was naturally closer to Li Longchuan. At this moment, someone behind Jiang Wuqi said, "Those who live in peace must think of dangers." De Qi didn't rely on tolerance to establish the country. Your Li family's heritage is not a pastime. The more leisurely this place is, the more we can't forget about martial arts. This person wore a tall hat and a wide belt. He had an elegant temperament. Li Longchuan recognized him. He was the descendant of Gong Sun Yi, a famous grandmaster. His name was Gong Sun Yu. It was almost impossible to gain the upper hand in a verbal argument with him. Especially when he mentioned the Li family of Shermen, he wasn't very respectful. Li Longchuan raised his eyebrows and said directly, "Why don't you and I fight here to show that the Gongsun family doesn't forget about martial arts?" No. Gongsun Yu smiled and shook his head. Such words could be easily resolved. He only thought it was funny. But Zhang Yong interrupted, "Since young Master Li Longchuan wants to stand out." He turned to Jiang Wuqi and asked for instructions. The Zhang family of Phoenix Immortal and the Li family of Shermen were once equals. But now, the descendants of the Zhang family of Phoenix Immortal are unworthy and lost. In remembrance of the bravery of our ancestors, we are willing to fight with young Master Li Longchuan. For Zhang Yong, if he wanted to become famous, the effect of fighting Li Longchuan was far better than fighting with Jiang Wang. The most important point was that as long as people remembered the history of the past, they would subconsciously compare the Zhang family of Phoenix Immortal and the Li family of Shermen. For the Zhang family of Phoenix Immortal, who had nothing left, this was undoubtedly the best way to raise their status. But with Li Longchuan's status, he might not be willing to pay attention to him. Gongsun Yu glanced at Zhang Yong indifferently, but didn't say anything. This was just a person who wanted to restore his family's glory after the tragedy of his family's destruction. There was no need to be calculative. Li Longchuan also had no reason to avoid a fight. He took a step forward and was about to step forward, but Jiang Wang stopped him. "The person that the 11th prince wants to teach is me a lesson. Jiang Wang isn't disabled and doesn't have a sword. How can I let Brother Li do it for me?" He took a step forward and stood in the sea of clouds outside the railing. He looked at each other with his own bearing. "Come, Zhang Yong. We may or may not have fought in the Heavenly Palace secret realm. Let's continue our meeting today on Mount Yunwu." Those who had gone to explore the Heavenly Palace secret realm were all Heavenly Ascension realm expert. As for Zhang Yong, he was the only participant who was only at the Heavenly Cycle realm. He was also the only victor who was only at the Heavenly Cycle realm. Even now, many people still believed that he was just lucky. But Jiang Wang had never looked down on him. Not when Zhang Yong was only in the Heavenly Ascension realm. Not when he had opened the door of heaven and earth and reached the soaring dragon realm. But in this battle, Li Longchuan had 100 disadvantages and no advantages. If he lost, Zhang Yong would use him as a stepping stone. If he won, there was nothing to show off. Wasn't it normal for a talent of the Shermenli family to win against a nobody? It wasn't that he didn't trust Li Longchuan's strength. Even he didn't have the confidence to beat Li Longchuan. But Li Longchuan treated him as a friend and stood up for him. He couldn't let Li Longchuan take such an unnecessary risk. Zhang Yong turned to look at Jiang Wuqi. Perhaps it was because of the strong wind on the mountain, but Jiang Wuqi coughed a few times before he stopped and nodded. To Jiang Wuqi, teaching Jiang Wang a lesson was completely different from teaching Li Longchuan a lesson. There was no need to complicate things. He wasn't narrow-minded. Li Longchuan stood up for his friend. There was no need to beat him up. With Jiang Wuqi's permission, Zhang Yong stepped into the sea of clouds and faced Jiang Wang. Everyone turned to look at the sea of clouds. They were currently at the top of Mount Yunwu. They looked down and saw the clouds and mist. The houses and terraced fields were hard to find. The spectators on both sides stood on the path. One after another, the people who had gone up and down the mountain also started to gather around. Of course, not many people were qualified to get close to Li Longchuan or Jiang Wuqi. Yan Fu looked at the sea of clouds and asked casually, "Your Highness, why are you in the mood for this today? It's not your Highness's style to be so aggressive." With Yan Fu's usual temperament, aggressive was already a rather serious word to use. It seemed that they had been getting along well recently. Jiang Wuqi felt a little cold as he thought about it. He tightened his mink coat and said in a clear voice, "We have to let him know that there is always someone better than him. Young people shouldn't be too frivolous. It's good for him to beat him up. It's both a punishment and a reward." "Your Highness's words are reasonable. I'm afraid." Su Xiangqian's voice suddenly came from the side. "It's not easy to do." Chapter 381. Su Xiangqian's words were filled with confidence towards Jiang Wang. Jiang Wuqi was not annoyed when he heard this. He only smiled. If he wins, he will be a warrior of Deqi. If he loses, he will be a warrior of Deqi. Let's wait and see. One had to admit that his bearing was much better than Jiang Wuyong's. On the other hand, a short but sturdy man beside him said, "You can only see the height of the mountain, but not the distance. For you, it's naturally difficult. But you don't know that it's very easy for the people on the mountain." This person was Lei Yikuan. He came from Jiang Wuqi's mother's family, the Lei family. The Lei family was also one of the strongest supporters for Jiang Wuqi to fight for the throne. Others did not know Zhang Yong's strength, but as Jiang Wuqi's trusted aide, he naturally knew and was quite confident. Su Xiangqian laughed. "The 11th prince is not like you. He doesn't leave himself any leeway. Later, cover your face to avoid pain." Li Longchuan remained silent. He did not ask Su Xiangqian what would happen if Jiang Wang lost, because he was clear that if Jiang Wang lost, this tall scholar would act as if nothing had happened. What was there to be embarrassed about? What was there to be embarrassed about? In the sea of clouds, Zhang Yong and Jiang Wang stood facing each other. To him, this was the first battle since Phoenix Fairy Zhang re-entered the eyes of the Qi people. He had to win, not lose. As for Jiang Wang's help outside the Tianfu secret territory and his friendship with him in Phoenix Fairy County, could that be considered friendship? Once he entered the sea of clouds, he took up a stance and said, "Please." Jiang Wang did not say much. He waved his sword and used the human sea sword. The sword light was like a tide, quickly approaching. Zhang Yong grabbed with his hand. "I'm good at nurturing my righteous energy." White energy rose up like a flood dragon, brazenly clashing with the sword light. It was also a flood dragon formed by righteous energy. This attack was several times stronger than Teacher Lu's. The crown of thorns flashed above his head. Jiang Wang saw the opportunity and used 5 Qi binding tiger. Almost at the same time, Zhang Yong used her fingers like a knife and slashed in front of her. This line cannot be crossed. A dotted line formed where his finger was. The ancients used knives as brushes to carve everything. The sea of clouds was split into 2 distinct sides, and neither side flowed. However, drawing lines to demarcate boundaries was a pure legalist technique. When such a technique reached a high level, It could even form a prison and imprison someone until their death. They were on both sides of the dotted line. Jiang Wang's sword pierced through, but it was stopped in front of the line. A tangible power of the law was restricting him. On the other side, the 5 qis in Zhang Yang's body instantly lost their balance. They surged and rolled, binding him from the inside out. This caused him to have no choice but to disperse the backup plan he had prepared. It returned to his body and suppressed the 5 qi. His 5 qi had just calmed down when on the other side, Jiang Wang had already breached the boundary line. Suddenly he saw a sharp ray of light, a sword swept across his neck. However, a giant tree appeared out of thin air, its branches drooping down and blocking in front of him. Jiang Wang's sword light arrived without any deviation. Wood splinters flew everywhere, and several branches were cut apart. Then the branches regenerated and the ground became a tree. It was the A-grade low-grade Taoist technique. A single tree becomes a forest. On the path in the pavilion, Li Longchuan sighed softly. It seems that the technique that made the Zhang ancestor famous has been completely lost. The ancestral technique of the Phoenix Immortal Zhang clan was known for its nimble movement techniques and powerful physical bodies. Otherwise, the Zhang ancestor would not have been able to return 9 times in 9 battles against the rebel army. However, this time, Zhang Yong had repeatedly displayed the righteous spirit of Confucianism, the laws of legalism, and even Taoist technique. The only thing missing was the Zhang clan's ancestral technique. It seemed that the tragedy of the clan's extermination had completely cut off the Phoenix Immortal Zhang clan's inheritance. To the Stone Gately clan that was once on par with the Phoenix Immortal Zhang clan, this could not be said to not be a form of regret and warning. The trees grew rapidly and densely, almost immediately surrounding the two of them. However, the moment the trees surrounded them, bang, 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 Jiang Wang's body turned into a flaming meteor, and he had already escaped. With a flip of his hand, a flaming flower bloomed, and a sea of flowers bloomed. It was a sea of flaming flowers that combined hallucination and killing into one. Above the sea of clouds, a forest was born, and outside the forest, a sea of flowers spread out. In terms of vision, this scene was magnificent and dreamy, causing people to be intoxicated. However, to both sides of the battle, they had already recognized the difficulty of their opponent. From time to time, flaming flowers would explode in the forest, and from time to time, new trees would grow, chasing after Jiang Wang's position in the sea of flaming flowers. A single tree becomes a forest was a powerful A-grade low-grade Taoist technique that combined defense and entrapment. After all, the sea of flaming flowers was only strengthened from a B-grade high-grade Taoist technique, so it was inevitable that it was innately lacking. The trees grew, and it looked like the sea of flaming flowers was about to explode. Jiang Wang had prepared for a long time. His thumb and index finger connected, and then his middle finger, ring finger, and pinky finger, one after another, bloomed. It was like the process of a flower blooming, and also like the blooming of a flame. The court would reward him, and the treasury would reward him. A grade low-grade Taoist technique, jealous fire. The word jealous started with the word female, but there was no distinction between men and women. Fire rose from the door, burning resentment and burning the heart. It was the jealous fire. Under the protection of a single tree becomes a forest. Zhang Yang's eyes turned red, and an unknown fire rose in his heart. Hatred, resentment, anger. Why can they enjoy the best resources, receive the best guidance, and cultivate in peace without any worries? Why can the people here live in peace and work without being harassed, and without the disaster of ferocious beasts? Jealousy, his heart was full of jealousy. Everything he saw and felt made his eyes red with jealousy, and he had the urge to destroy everything he saw. The single tree becomes a forest that was still in effect faintly shook, which meant that he had temporarily lost complete control of the Taoist technique. And Jiang Wang seized the opportunity, leaped with his sword, and went straight into the forest. Above the sea of clouds there was a sea of flowers, and within the sea of flowers there was a sea of trees. And within the sea of trees, Jiang Wang came wielding his sword, and cut the tree to decide life and death. That extremely sharp coldness was first sensed by Zhang Yong. At this juncture of victory and defeat, and even at the moment of life and death, Zhang Yong was attracted by the aura, and his eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Wang saw that those eyes were as deep as the night. A huge sense of danger welled up in his heart. He did not hesitate, and his body followed instincts, and he had already activated his backup plan. With the sea of trees and the sea of flowers overlapping, the people watching the battle on the pavilion's path could only judge the general situation from the fluctuations of Tao energy, and they could not see every detail clearly. They only noticed that the single tree becomes a forest shook, and then Jiang Wang crashed into the forest of trees formed by the Taoist technique. After that, then they heard chirp chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. At first, it was only a dense sound like the chirping of birds. In the next moment, dong dong, dong dong, dong dong, woo woo. Chimes, flutes, drums, lutes, zither, percussions, shing, 8 sounds in unison, 8 notes at the same time. The entire cloud mist mountain was enveloped by a kind of grand sound. The single tree becomes a forest, a low-grade A-grade Taoist technique with astonishing defensive power, exploded. Even the sea of flame flowers that Jiang Wang had set up himself exploded. The sea of clouds surged and exploded, and the houses and terraced fields at the foot of the mountain were all exposed. For a moment, the world was clear and the scenery was clear. This was, during this period of time, Jiang Wang had toured the 4 famous pavilions, returning to each building, and spending a huge amount of money to drink famous tea, the result of painstaking research. The advanced creation of the explosive flame sparrow Taoist technique. 8 notes flame sparrow. Regardless of whether it was Li Longchuan, Yen Fu, Gao Zhe, Jiang Wuqi, Gong Sun Yu, or Lei Yikuan, all of them paled, because they could clearly feel it. This Taoist technique already had the power of a mid-grade A-grade Taoist technique. This was a solid attack with the strength of an inner mansion stage martial artist. Chapter 382. Generally speaking, the cultivation threshold of mid-grade A-grade Tao techniques was the inner mansion realm. This so-called cultivation threshold could be directly described. If low-grade A-grade Tao techniques only required one source of power to be utilized to the extreme, then mid-grade A-grade Tao techniques required 2 or even 4 or 5 sources of power as a foundation. This was a cultivation threshold that was difficult to cross. However, some gifted people could naturally reduce the requirements of certain Tao techniques, or could innately use Tao techniques with less energy than cultivators of the same realm. For example, in Maplewood City, Wang Zhangxiang's Wind Sparrow True Spirit and Zhang Linchuan's Lightning Snake True Spirit could both allow them to master Tao techniques of a higher realm. Apart from the situation of having extraordinary talent, another exception was the creation of one's own Tao technique. Because they were the creators of Tao techniques, they had a deep understanding of the principles behind their release. Furthermore, the Tao techniques themselves were the most suitable for their own conditions. Thus, they could use extreme control to master Tao techniques in advance. Countless flame sparrows flew around in circles, chirping with their own voices. At the center of the Tao technique bombardment, Jiang Wang saw Zhang Yong's eyes. He saw the deep despair and pleading in his eyes. "Don't say it, I beg you." His eyes were filled with such deep pleading. If possible, even if he was crippled here, Zhang Yong was unwilling to use his ocular technique. Because in the history of the Phoenix Immortal Zhang clan, no one was good at ocular technique. Once he used it, he would be exposed. Then, everything that he had painstakingly planned, all those sacrifices, schemes, blood, and tears would become an illusion. However, dispelling the flames of jealousy was completely an instinctive reaction of the body. After that, it triggered Jiang Wang's sense of crisis, causing the 8-tone flame sparrow to appear in advance. Jiang Wang had originally prepared this Dao technique for Wang Yiwu. Now, Zhang Yong was very sure that Jiang Wang had discovered his secret. But he had no choice. There were so many people present. Jiang Wuqi, Li Longchuan, Su Xiangqian, none of them were easy to deal with. Unless he could kill Jiang Wang the moment he sensed the ocular technique. But if he couldn't use his ocular technique, he had no chance. However, using the eye technique to kill Jiang Wang was the same as exposing himself. There was no difference in the outcome. Moreover, with Jiang Wang's current combat prowess, even if he used his eye technique with all his might, he might not succeed. With such a thorough plan and arrangement, he successfully passed through the Heaven's secret realm, dealt with the Blue Metal Constable's investigation, and finally got to Jiang Wuqi's side safely. Even the Deqi royal family couldn't find out anything about him. He had never expected this. It was only during a chance encounter on Mount Yunwu that he had made a simple step in a game of chess and carried out a simple plan to stand out. However, he was caught off guard and ended up in a hopeless situation. The despair and pleading in his eyes were real and tangible, because everything that he had achieved so far was tied to Jiang Wang's decision. What would Jiang Wang decide? In the eyes of the audience on the path of the pavilion, the sea of clouds on the misty cloud mountain surged for several miles before it was slowly gathered back by the heavenly fragrant cloud pavilion's magic array. The 8 notes rose in spirals, and the flame sparrows dispersed. Zhang Yong stood on the cloud in a daze, while Jiang Wang's sword was pointed at his throat. Victory and defeat had been decided. Jiang Wang looked at him deeply and then moved his sword away. He turned around on the sea of clouds and looked at Jiang Wuqi. "Your Highness, the show is over." The pavilion was silent for a moment. Then there was applause. Jiang Wuqi was the first to clap and say, "Wonderful." Then there was thunderous applause. It was as if they really treated this as an ordinary spar, a martial show. As he clapped, Su Xiangqian purposely moved closer to Lei Yikuan. Did the Lei family only teach the word easy in their private school? So even though you can't see easy, you can only say it's easy. Lei Yikuan glared at him. This person couldn't be provoked and was about to step forward. A hand on his shoulder silenced him. Jiang Wuqi retracted his hand and clenched it into a fist. He covered his mouth and couldn't help but cough a few times. At this moment, Zhang Yong walked forward with a gloomy expression and half knelt. "Zhang Yong is incompetent and has hurt your Highness' reputation. I deserve to die." Jiang Wuqi gently raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted Zhang Yong up. The Phoenix Immortal Zhang family met with misfortune and lost their supreme art. You only relied on superficial techniques and mixed them with Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. You're already extraordinary. How can you hurt my reputation? It's my fault that a pearl is covered in dust. When we return, I'll prepare a complete set of techniques for you. His gaze was sincere and focused. I hope Minister Zhang won't be discouraged. Don't let down your youth. Your Highness. Zhang Yong choked. Jiang Wuqi turned to look at Jiang Wang and smiled. I'm really happy to see Minister Zhang's heroic appearance on Mount Yunwu today. 14th brother's matter is over. I won't look for you for this matter again. His words were like gold and jade, and there was no reason for him to go back on his words. Jiang Wang was actually prepared to fight 1 or 2 more rounds, but seeing Jiang Wuqi's attitude, he sheathed his sword and stopped while he was ahead. Your Highness is magnanimous. Jiang Wuqi smiled and led his people down the mountain. Although Zhang Yong lost a round, the people around him didn't look angry, except for Lei Yikuan, who was angered by Su Xiangqian. It was obvious that they were all convinced by Jiang Wuqi's decision. People said that the 11th prince was most similar to Emperor Qi. Based on this short contact, Jiang Wang couldn't help but admit that the 11th prince indeed had the aura of an emperor. If his opponents were all at the level of the 14th prince Jiang Wuyong, there would be no suspense in this competition. Zhang Yong fell behind the group. When he reached the corner of the pavilion, he turned his head and glanced at Jiang Wang with a complicated expression. What? He's still not convinced? Su Xiangqian asked cautiously. Jiang Wang said perfunctorily, maybe. Although there were some twists and turns, he was no longer in the mood to admire the flowers. However, there was no need to change what was already set in stone. The group continued to walk up the mountain. The pavilion path wound around the mountain and finally reached the peak. The entire peak had been flattened by human hands. The path of the pavilion extended into the air, forming a square pavilion right above the center of the mountain peak. The words Yunwu were written on a plaque at the front. The Yunwu mountain was obviously the peak of the Yunwu pavilion. Below everyone's feet, below the Yunwu pavilion, there was a light purple flower garden in full bloom. Although the flowers were purple, there were traces of white mist rising from the petals and gathering with the clouds around the mountain. It seemed that the Yunwu flowers also contributed to the thick layer of clouds that covered the Yunwu mountain all year round. The fragrance of the Yunwu flowers also became more intense here. It was hard to describe how intoxicating it was. No wonder it had the title of heavenly fragrance. Everyone looked around the pavilion and forgot about their worries. Down the mountain pavilion path, Lei Kuan couldn't help but ask, that Jiang Wuyong overestimated himself. He's weak, but he's also obsessed with the country. Your Highness, why do you have to do this for him? He was born in Jiang Wuqi's mother's family. Some words were inconvenient for others to say, but he didn't have to. It's the 14th prince, Jiang Wuqi corrected him. Cough, cough. The wind on the mountain was strong. He coughed twice before saying, protecting the dignity of the imperial family of Deqi is also protecting my dignity. Chapter 383. After returning to the Xia Mountain Villa, Jiang Wang told Cheng Gengsheng about his experience, only skipping over his discovery of Zhang Yong. He had always felt a sense of familiarity with Zhang Yong. When they were still in the Tianfu secret domain, he already had such a feeling. For some reason, Zhang Yong's gaze today made him feel as if he was in her shoes. He subconsciously did not want to tell anyone about this, but he did not know the reason. When he was talking to Cheng Gengsheng, 14 was also present, silently guarding at the side. Chongxian recalled 14 back to the Marquis's residence, using his identity to remind Cheng Gengsheng to prioritize family over personal matters. However, Cheng Gengsheng's trust in 14 did not decrease. After returning, he did not leave 14's side. As a result, Jiang Wang was freed up. He helped Cheng Gengsheng to make friends while raising his strength. During this period of time, Cheng Gengsheng was busy with 3 things. First, he was chasing after the Jubao merchants in the dark. Second, he was attacking and invading Yonggenzuan's businesses. Third, he was cooperating with the 4 Seas Business Alliance. Since he had already decided with Qingxi, what was left were the details. Although both sides had almost broken their heads in the Yanglands, in front of huge benefits, even Fu Miao had to smile. Both sides were always wary of each other. This was the basis of their initial contact. However, at least at the current stage, the Yanglands was the best choice for both sides. In the Yanglands, apart from the Tian family and Gao family, there was only the Zhenggenjia that could provide influence. Moreover, the Zhenggenjia was the leader of the Yanglands War. Looking at the entire Qi continent, after tearing apart the Jubao merchants, only the 4 Seas Business Alliance could take over. The 4 Seas Business Alliance's reputation in the Yanglands was already ruined. Hence, the form of this cooperation was that both sides formed a business alliance called Dishing to share the Yanglan's business. The Allied Chamber of Commerce was led by Chung Gung-shing and split 60-40 with the Four Seas Commerce Alliance. The Zhenggenjia's influence on the Sunlands was its greatest resource, while the Four Seas Trade Alliance provided all sorts of resources and channels. With Chung Gung-shing's control and the fact that the Land of the Sun was already under the control of Qi, the bottom line of the new Chamber of Commerce was much higher. In the early stages, they would focus on building their reputation. Of course, before the new Chamber of Commerce could settle in, they would first have to chase the Jiubao merchants out of the Sunland. Su Fang had died outside the Green Stone Palace to atone for his crimes. The Jiubao merchants, as the invisible hand, were bound to suffer a blow. However, to what extent would it be? Would it be chopped off the entire hand, or only a few fingers, or even just a few slaps on the palm? These were the main points of contention between Chung Gung-shing and the Jiubao merchants. These fights were inevitable under the big framework, and their actions were specific and small. Let me give you a simple example. At such a time, the official relationship of the Jiubao merchants would definitely be at a loss. Chung Gung-shing could use this chance to investigate the businesses of the Jiubao merchants. The problem would definitely be found, but it was just a matter of how big the problem was. What Chung Gung-shing did was to direct the investigation and magnify the problems. It would be best if all the problems were directed towards the Jiubao merchants themselves. On the other hand, the Jiubao merchants had to quickly cut down and eliminate the problems. It was just a matter of who acted faster and more accurately. The only thing that the Jiubao merchants could rejoice about was that the Qi Emperor did not have any stance on the Green Stone Palace matter. Although the beheading knife was the scariest before it landed, there was still some room for struggle before it landed. After listening to Jiang Wang repeat Jiang Wuqi's words, Chung Gung-shing pondered for a long time before saying, "Jiang Wuqi is warning me. He has a good relationship with Jiang Weiyong?" Jiang Wang knew nothing about the internal relationship of the De Qi royal family. It's just Jiang Weiyong. What can he do? It's not rare for him to lose face. Chung Gung-shing shook his head. Jiang Wuqi is warning us not to do anything to the Green Stone Palace. It's just that we can't say it out loud. Dethroning the crown prince is a thorn that is difficult to remove for the current crown prince, but for the princes who have yet to be crowned as the crown prince, it is a sharp weapon to restrain the current crown prince. Jiang Wang could understand this even if he did not say it out loud, so he only asked, "Su Fang's matter, does he know that it has something to do with us?" "It should be just a guess, but a guess is enough," Chung Gung-shing sighed. "The operation against the Jiubao merchants can only stop here for now." "How are the results?" Jiang Wang asked. Chung Gung-shing threw a booklet into Jiang Wang's hands. "This is the statistics for this period of time. Take a look yourself." Even though Jiang Wang was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Chung Gung-shing's action after flipping through it. "Just in Linzi alone, you closed down 87 shops belonging to the Jiubao merchants? It's mainly due to the Four Seas Business Alliance taking advantage of the situation. Of course, because we were prepared in advance, we were the first to eat the fat meat. Those who can act as spies have all been sent out. On the surface, they have nothing to do with us. Even so, we have already eaten a lot on the surface." Chung Gung-shing was still a little regretful. "If we continue eating, it will be too conspicuous." Jiang Wang knew that Chung Gung-shing's spies were mostly old subordinates sent to him by his uncle, Chongxian Chu Liang. They were very trustworthy. "Then should we let Su Shi go?" Jiang Wang muttered. "Since we've offended this kind of person, we should kill him." Su Fang's experience had left a deep impression on him. Su Shi was definitely not a person who could forget humiliation. At any time, he could not let his guard down against this kind of person. "It's not just you and I who understand this principle. Qing Shi understands it too," Chung Gung-shing said. Of course, the Four Seas Business Alliance would not let the Jubao merchants off so easily. However, a big problem like Su Shi would be easily dealt with by someone else. Even if that person was Qing Shi, it was not Cheng Gengxing's style. Even with Jiang Wuqi's warning, all they had to do was avoid Bluestone Palace. Jiang Wang thought for a while. Wang Yiwu? The situation was very good at the moment. The Jubao merchants could barely take care of themselves. Before Yong Genzuan left the school, Wang Yiwu was the only person who could be considered difficult to deal with. Cheng Gengxing nodded. After all, he's the #1 reaching heaven state in history. We have to give him some leeway. We have to take him seriously. As he spoke, he suddenly changed the topic. Has the bald donkey from Xiankong Temple contacted you recently? Cheng Gengxing's father had later changed his name to Chongxian Fu. Tuesday Fu Tu was Fu Tu, which meant a Buddhist temple. As a result, Cheng Gengxing had always hated Buddhism. This was also one of the reasons why he had treated Jing Li so rudely in Qingyang town. After his trip to Marquis Boang's mansion, Jiang Wang knew about it. No, they haven't, said Jiang Wang. It suddenly occurred to him that he had been staying in the 4 famous temples lately. Even if the 2 monks, one old and one young, did come to him, it wouldn't be very convenient. Cheng Gengxing had just thought of it, so he mentioned it casually. I don't know why, but I've been a little absent-minded these days. Cheng Gengxing hesitated for a while before he said what he really wanted to say. Come out with me tonight. It seemed to be a little difficult for him to say this. Jiang Wang couldn't help but laugh. Where are we going? Is there anything that can make you feel embarrassed? We're going to the old site of the Withered Yard, said Cheng Gengxing. The Withered Yard. It used to be a large Buddhist sect in the eastern region, second only to Xiankong Temple. It used to be the place where the dethroned crown prince, Jiang Wuliang, used to cultivate. After Jiang Wuliang was dethroned, Emperor Qi ordered the place to be razed to the ground. It was also the place where Chongxian Fu Tu suppressed his killing intent. It was also the place where Chongxian Fu Tu and Jiang Wuliang became best friends. Jiang Wang stopped laughing. This was indeed a place that Cheng Gengxing couldn't easily mention. Chapter 384. It was different from Xiankong Temple, East King Valley, and Diaohai Tower, which were almost independent and had equal relations with the surrounding countries. The Withered Yard had been in Qi's territory since it was built. Ever since Emperor Wu of Qi restored the country and suppressed the world. The Withered Yard was like all the other sects in Qi. It was controlled by the Qi court and acted according to orders. But the difference was that the Withered Yard was much more powerful than the other sections. In Qi's territory, there was even a trend of Buddhism being the dominant sect. The Withered Yard's power was intertwined and spread to all levels. Jiang Wuliang, the crown prince of Qi, was devoted to Buddhism. Other than his faith, it was also because he relied on the Withered Yard's power. Was Emperor Qi really unhappy with Jiang Wuliang's devotion to Buddhism just because he was unhappy with the Shi family? Wasn't it because he was afraid of this power? The reason why Jiang Wuliang was able to delay the crown prince's position for 5 years after the Battle of Qi and Xia had been proven wrong was because Emperor Qi removed him. Of course, it wasn't because Emperor Qi was merciful, but because Jiang Wuliang had the power to resist Emperor Qi for a while. The power of the entire Withered Yard was actually used by Jiang Wuliang. Back then, the political conflict between those who supported peace and those who supported war was actually a power struggle behind the scenes. Some people even saw it as Crown Prince Jiang Wuliang's first direct challenge to the emperor's power. And the result, Jiang Wuliang was removed and the Withered Yard was razed. All the core books were burned, the core monks were killed, and the ordinary monks were forced to return to the secular world. A generation of Buddhist sects vanished like smoke. The Withered Yard was located in the ruins of Linzi West City. In the past, it was prosperous, but now it was in ruins. Perhaps they were afraid of something, or perhaps they felt that something was wrong. Lindsay City was so big, but no one had any ideas about this piece of land in all these years, so it was left to be abandoned. 25 years had passed, and many storms had passed. Lindsay West City didn't have a curfew, and there were many places to drink until dawn. But the ruins of the withered yard were quiet. Many people didn't even dare to come here during the day, let alone at night. Rumor had it that there were monks chanting scriptures here at night. It was said that the monks who were killed by a fire were resentful and their souls turned into ghosts and lingered here. Cultivators like Jiang Wang didn't believe that. It wasn't that he didn't believe that there were any resentful ghosts or spirits, but he didn't believe that there were any resentful ghosts or spirits that could exist under Qi Ting's nose. No matter how many souls there were, they would all be scattered. What 100-year-old resentful ghosts and 1,000-year-old resentful spirits? They were all useless. When they were alive, they were razed to the ground by Emperor Qi's order. Even if their souls did not dissipate after they died, and they all converted to Shun Dao, to Emperor Qi, it was only a matter of issuing another order. The main temple of the Withered Yard in Lindsay did not occupy a large area and was not much different from an ordinary Buddhist temple. To a large extent, its strength was built on the branches that had been opened almost everywhere in Qi City. Of course, most of those places were no longer in ruins. Jiang Wang, Chung Gung Xing and Shi Si, 3 people took advantage of the night to come. Seeing the pale moonlight, they heard no sound. It was said that there used to be a golden Buddha standing on the original mountain outside the Withered Yard. Later, the mountain was uprooted by Emperor Qi, and the golden Buddha was also melted and put into the national treasury. Now, not many people even remembered the name of the mountain. However, the pool of stagnant water outside the yard seemed to be the evidence of the existence of the Buddha mountain. It was originally just a deep pit, and the water was accumulated rainwater. Because there was no living source, it was calm. Other than some water bugs, there were no other living creatures living there. Dark moss and dark water were unsightly. The remaining bricks faintly outlined the general shape of the yard's door. Chung Gung Xing walked over and stepped on a horizontal board that was half hidden under the bricks, making a creaking sound. Looking down, he could only vaguely see the word "gu." The other half should have been wiped away by the wind and rain. "This is my first time here," Chung Gung Xing suddenly said. "I knew about this place when I was very young, and I have always wondered what it looks like now. But I have seen it from the future." Shi Si was used to not talking. Jiang Wang was also very quiet, because he knew that Chung Gung Xing probably only needed to talk at this time. The 3 of them stepped on the broken bricks and tiles and walked inside. The Withered Yard, which was completely burned down by fire, was actually not much to see. "I'm not just smart now. I've been smart since I was young. But being smart is very fragile before you have a certain level of strength," Chung Gung Xing said, "because there are many ways to make you a fool without leaving a trace." "Jiang Wang 14, he said, "I feel very lonely." As a direct descendant of the Zhanggenjia, he learned to hide his inadequacies at a very young age. This kind of sensitivity, fragility, and cautiousness was not something he was born with. If the word sensible was judged by the standards of most adults, generally speaking, the more sensible a child was, the more unhappy his childhood was. Almost all of Chung Gung Xing's childhood misfortunes came from the man named Chongxian Fu Tuesday. He had never dared to come to the Withered Yard. After coming here, even though he had 2 friends by his side, he still felt lonely. Shi Si silently took a step to his side. The mountain-carrying armor on his body looked ordinary, but it gave people a feeling of reliability. Jiang Wang looked up at the moon, which was a bright but distant light source. Loneliness, who wouldn't be like this? Chung Gung Xing stopped when they were about the location of the main hall of the Withered Yard. "I've been thinking about why he repeatedly made such stupid decisions in the past. He let down his family, friends, subordinates. He let down so many people who trusted him, and even implicated his family. The he that he didn't want to mention but was only willing to refer to could only be Chongxian Fu Tuesday. The fat man looked around. The darkness did not affect his vision, but the ruins in front of him did not look like there were any clues hidden. Even if there were, it should have been destroyed in the fire that year. Not to mention the wind and rain in the past 25 years. Chung Gungxing asked, "Will there be an answer here?" He, who had recently gained a certain advantage in the competition for the head of the family, showed a rare look of confusion at this moment. 25 years, or even longer. How could he find the answer? The two people who became good friends here back then. Now, one of them was gone, and the other was imprisoned in the green stone palace and hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Even the withered yard itself was left with nothing but a desolation. It seemed that the only way to find the answer was to ask the person in the green stone palace. But he couldn't enter the green stone palace, so Jiang Wang finally realized. Chung Gungxing asked Su Fang to go to the green stone palace to ask for forgiveness. In addition to overturning the Jubao merchants and attacking Jiang Wuliang, he also wanted to force Jiang Wuliang out of the green stone palace. But Jiang Wuliang remained silent from the beginning to the end. This dethroned prince seemed to have completely given up. "Do you have an answer?" Jiang Wang asked. Chung Gungxing was about to say something. "Wait." Jiang Wang interrupted. His ears trembled. "Did you hear something?" Chung Gungxing focused for a moment. He knew that Jiang Wang wasn't the kind of person who would joke at such a time. His face became serious. "I didn't hear anything." 14 also slowly shook his head. He even reached out and untied the black heavy sword on his back. Jiang Wang was very sure that he did hear something just now. It was just that the sound was very vague and he didn't hear it clearly. It was definitely not an illusion. At his current level of cultivation, he had very little control over his body. It was impossible for him to mishear or hallucinate. But why was he the only one who could hear it? What was that sound? Jiang Wang stood still with his hand on his sword. He calmed his mind and gave his hearing to the silent night. Then he heard the sound gradually become clearer. "Namo Ami, Buddha." Chapter 385. The Xiankong Temple was a sect that was like a Buddhist kingdom. Apart from the main temple of cultivation, the vast territory of the Xiankong Temple was a place where its followers lived. The various temples were responsible for maintaining order, production, and protecting the followers. It was equivalent to the government. At this moment, on a nameless mountain in the region, two bald men, one young and one old, sat side by side, facing the moonlight as they meditated. However, one bald head was clean and shiny, while the other bald head was a little dirty. It was not very pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, the two monks had their eyes wide open. They did not have the slightest intention of meditating. The old monk's face was yellow and withered. Naturally, he was Kuju. Those who knew him knew that he was never willing to stay in the main temple of Xiankong Temple. Instead, he often wandered around and was rarely seen. Every time he returned to Xiankong Temple, a small temple casually built on this nameless mountain would be his most frequent resting place. Sigh. After a long silence, Kuju sighed and said, "I wonder how your junior brother Jingshan is doing in Linzi." The young monk, Jingli, said in a muffled voice, "Linzi is not a place with good fortune. Junior brother must be suffering under the encirclement of those women." Kuju coughed and said, "Yes. Although your junior brother Jingshan is intelligent, his fortune is not as good as yours." Jingli and his master sat on the ground on the small mountain. There was not even a clean mat, but the wind blowing on their monk robes made them feel cool. He said happily, "Master, don't test me anymore. You should bring junior brother back soon and enjoy the good fortune together." The yellow-faced old monk said shamelessly, "This still depends on fate. The time is not right. When the time is right, he will realize his mistake and turn back. Only then will Master be able to bring him back to the sect." Jingli sighed sympathetically. "Junior brother is really pitiful. When will the time be right?" "This is the will of the heavens." Kuju shook his head with a serious expression. "The Buddha said that it cannot be said." Jingli closed his mouth innocently, as if saying that he would definitely keep the secret. Looking at this innocent disciple, Kuju could not help but sigh again. "If only my pitiful disciple was still alive." The young monk, Jingli, had a strange expression. Kuju angrily asked, "What's wrong with you?" Jingli said timidly, "Senior brother Jing Hai said that I don't have a senior brother Jing Goose." "You made that up." Kuju glared at him. "What nonsense! Your Jing Goose Shixiang's common name is Zhuo Guanglia. He was born in the famous Zhuo family of Chu State. You don't know how awe-inspiring he was when he was alive. How can that be fake?" Jingli said, "Senior brother Jing Hai said that you didn't teach Zhuo Guanglia anything. He is powerful, but it has nothing to do with you." Kuju was about to get angry, but after thinking about it, he suppressed it and asked, "What else did he say?" Jingli scratched his bald head, feeling uneasy. However, he didn't dare to lie to his master. "Senior brother Jing Hai also said that you insisted on taking Zhuo Guanglia as your disciple and gave him a Dharma name. Then, you went to block his door. In the end, Zhuo Guanglia gathered a bunch of experts and almost caused you to die in Chu. They said that you ran away with your tail between your legs. What the hell does he know?" Kuju stood up in anger, his tattered monk robes fluttering under the moonlight. Jingli shrunk his neck and said, "He said that it was Martial Uncle Ku Bing who told him." "What the hell does Ku Bing know?" Kuju continued to scold him. Martial Uncle Abbot said, "Abbot knows. Abbot only knows a little." Jingli shrunk his neck and finished his sentence. Martial Uncle Abbot said that if I hear Master scolding someone, I have to cover my ears. Kuju looked at him. "Who do you listen to?" "Whoever listens to the side." Kuju nodded. "He has the root of wisdom." After saying that, he suddenly sighed. "If Jing Goose wasn't destined to be my disciple, how could I have found your junior brother Jing Shun through the remnants of his spiritual aura?" Speaking of Jing Goose, there was genuine sorrow in the yellow-faced old monk's eyes. "It's true that he can no longer gather his soul. Otherwise, I should have let you two meet." Jingli lowered his eyebrows, feeling somewhat sad. "Then, has senior brother Jing Goose really entered the sect?" "He hasn't had the time to go through the motions," Kuju said unhappily. "But as cultivators, why do we care about such customs? It's your martial Uncle Abbot Kuju who is old-fashioned and wants a name for everything. Otherwise, he didn't continue. Could he really go to the Qin kingdom because of life and death on the battlefield? In the name of a master who hasn't entered the sect yet? Not to mention whether that was courting death or not, in fact. Although he had confirmed that Zhuo Guanglia was his destined disciple through the secret method, Zhuo Guanglia had never paid attention to him. He was so annoyed that he gathered a group of masters and chased him out of the Chu territory. The hill was silent for a long time. "What happened after that?" Kuju suddenly asked. He was asking about the follow-up of the conversation between Jingli and the sickly disciple, Jing Hai. There was a tacit understanding between master and disciple. Seeing that his master's mood seemed to be better, Jingli grinned and said, "When he went back, I put him into the canmo bag and beat him with a stick." Kuju nodded and praised, "Good disciple." In the old site of the withered yard, Jiang Wang's ears were getting clearer and clearer. Chung Gongxing and Shi Si beside him couldn't hear anything. Jiang Wang's hand that was holding the sword gradually loosened. He began to walk without direction, suddenly turning left and then right. Chung Gongxing and Shi Si didn't know what was going on, so they didn't dare to disturb him. They could only follow him closely. The situation was very strange. At this time, Jiang Wang only felt that something was calling him to come closer and explore. He was just walking in the direction of the call. But his consciousness was still very clear. He was thinking and didn't notice the movement of his body. If he didn't hear it wrong, the Buddha's name was Amitabha Buddha. After Xiankong Temple's Kuju came to take him as a disciple, Jiang Wang crammed some knowledge of Buddhism to know himself and his enemy. Of course, he wouldn't ignore the title of Amitabha Buddha. According to the Mahayana Sutra, Amitabha Buddha established the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss in the past, which was vast and boundless. Most of the disciples of Buddhism practiced hard all their lives to enter the Pure Land of ultimate bliss and to be reborn in the Pure Land of ultimate bliss. It was enough to show the honor of this Buddha. The voice was faint and faintly discernible, but when it reached his ears, it became louder and louder. It was like a great bell, intimidating both body and mind. At this time, for some reason, Jiang Yen remained silent. Jiang Wang was walking among the broken walls, but he was completely unaware of it. He didn't know when, but a faint disgust for himself grew in his heart. He felt that he had committed a lot of sins. The sins of killing bore the brunt of it. The faces of those he had killed and those who had died because of him turned in front of him. "We are brothers. Why can't you forgive me just this once?" It was Fang Pengzhu. "You all seem to hate me." It was Hu Xiaoming. "Everything has been decided. Let's stick to our previous agreement." "Jiang Wang, I'll kill you." It was Shi Zichu. "When we reach the age of bones, I'll definitely treat you well." It was the snake bone-faced man. "Which tiger wants to take this old general's head?" It was Ji Cheng. "Is that so?" "Thank you." It was Su Fang. There were also some blurry and indistinct figures swaying in front of him, also in a trance. Countless faces approached and countless mouths opened. The close and noisy voices vibrated and finally converged into a sentence. "You want to make a name for yourself, but what crimes have we, the Yang people, committed?" Chapter 386. The ruins of the withered yard in the dark seemed to be connected to an unknown place. That unknown place attracted Jiang Wang to come closer, consciously or unconsciously. Jiang Wang walked more and more hurriedly, but his direction became more and more chaotic. He simply walked around randomly. Chung Geng-shing was following closely, but he felt that Jiang Wang was getting farther and farther away. This feeling was disturbing. Jiang Wang was expressionless, but his eyes showed that he was still awake and even thinking. However, he seemed to be unaware of his body's current situation. This scene was so strange, but Chung Geng-shing didn't have enough information, so he couldn't analyze it. But he couldn't just let it go. Chung Geng-shing came to this conclusion. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand, trying to stop Jiang Wang's strange movement with the heavy technique. But when the power of the heavy technique was about to touch him, Jiang Wang's hand had already pressed back on the sword, and the sword chi was about to burst out. This was the body's instinctive reaction to fight back. Jiang Wang couldn't stop fighting in this situation, and he couldn't control his strength, so he could only disperse the heavy technique. When the heavy technique was dispersed, Chung Geng-shing glanced at 14. 14 understood the tacit understanding accumulated over the years with just a glance. With his armor, he stood in front of Jiang Wang in one step. When he stood still, it felt like a mountain was planted on the ground, majestic and heavy. He didn't have any intention to attack, nor did he take the initiative to make contact. 14 just stood still, waiting for him to come closer. Just as Chung Geng-shing expected, Jiang Wang didn't react instinctively. He just walked forward hurriedly and bumped into 14, who was wearing the armor of Mount. He seemed to have bumped into a mountain. The mountain didn't move at all. Jiang Wang's body also stopped in front of the mountain. but from the way he leaned forward and the way his muscles tensed, he was still trying to move forward. 14 could also feel Jiang Wang's movement and nodded to Cheng Gungxing. With Jiang Wang's half-baked physique refining skills, it was impossible for him to push away 14th Prince just by relying on his body's instincts. Cheng Gungxing walked closer to observe his eyes. Jiang Wang's eyes were like a calm sea. Bright, peaceful, firm, as if it would always be there, always beautiful, never to be changed, but there was something deep and unfathomable brewing. In the tranquil sea, Cheng Gungxing suddenly saw a floating hum. At this moment, in Jiang Wang's perception, he also saw the swastika in a non-visual sense. Then he heard a voice, but it was not in the sense of hearing. He suddenly had an epiphany. He saw the yellow-faced old monk's appearance, the monk Ku Ju who had mysteriously appeared in Qingyang town and wanted to take him as his disciple. The voice was asking, "End your life and don't kill. Can you keep it? As long as you live, you will never kill. Will you be able to adhere to this commandment from now on?" The essential question it represented was, "Are you willing to convert to Buddhism?" Jiang Wang's mind was clear. He had been clear-headed all the time. He had been thinking, but some problems still existed. He couldn't see the outside world until he solved the problems in his heart. The fog of obscurity, the fog of obscurity. The practitioners of the soaring dragon realm were originally starting to face ignorance. They were originally trekking in ignorance. As the saying went, if you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? The so-called pure source meant that one's body was the source and one's heart was the source. The old monk Ku Ju's voice suddenly sounded, asking his heart, "End your life and don't kill. Can you keep it?" Jiang Wang knew very well that as long as he kept the commandment and converted to Buddhism, he could immediately walk out from the endless torture. It was to get rid of the sea of bitterness and also to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The so-called lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha didn't mean that after you killed someone and laid down the knife, you could become a Buddha. It meant that you had to let go of the evil thoughts in your heart and let go of all the butcher's knife that could harm living beings. If you had no evil in your heart and were merciful to all living beings, you would be a Buddha. That endless interrogation constantly battered his heart. If he wasn't careful, his Tao heart would collapse. As long as he kept the commandment and turned over a new leaf, he could immediately get rid of this dangerous situation. But Jiang Wang's voice sounded in his heart, "I can't keep it. End your life and don't kill. Can you keep it?" "I can't keep it. Why do I need to follow the commandment? I will follow my heart." As soon as this voice appeared in the outside world, Cheng Gungxing and Shi 14 could clearly feel that Jiang Wang's forward momentum had stopped. And in his heart, Jiang Wang faced the torture directly and answered them one by one. "As for Fang Pengju, I remember him and miss him, but I don't regret killing him. My feelings for him are real, and so is my hatred. As for Hu Xiaoming, I will do as I promised and have no worries. As for those with pig bone faces, snake bone faces, and dragon bone faces, my killing intent is firm and unshakable. If there really is an era of white bones, I will kill them all again. For the soldiers of the Yang Kingdom, going to the battlefield means gambling everything and putting their lives on the line. They are like this, and so am I. There is only life and death on the battlefield. There is no right or wrong." The swastika in his eyes instantly disappeared. The approaching faces and intense questioning all disappeared. Everything he saw and heard returned to peace. In the end, Jiang Wang's mood was divine. He instantly regained control of his body and blurted out, "I have a clear conscience." At this moment, he understood the cause and effect. When he was in Qingyang town, without his knowledge, Ku Ju left a swastika on his body. This was an auspicious symbol passed down in Buddhism. It meant auspicious and virtuous. The swastika did not harm or affect Jiang Wang. Its only use was to point him in the right direction when he was confused. It could be said that it protected his heart. Of course, this direction was definitely to convert. The swastika would probably never be able to do anything because Jiang Wang's heart was much stronger than that of ordinary people. It should be said that Ku Ju meant no harm. But tonight, when he came to the ruins of the withered yard with Chung Gung Shing to find answers, the swastika attracted something in the withered yard, causing him to fall into an almost endless torment of his Taoist heart. He was also attracted to an unknown place. It almost killed him, but it also saved him. When he fell into the torment of his Taoist heart, the swastika provided him with a way to use the precepts to redeem his sins. But Jiang Wang chose his own way. He let go of all his defenses and asked his heart. And he had a clear conscience. His body and mind were clear, and his will was as one. What happened? Chung Gung Shing asked. He looked at Jiang Wang and felt that he seemed to have undergone some kind of cleansing from the inside out. There was a kind of otherworldly temperament. Jiang Wang told them everything that had happened in his heart. Chung Gung Shing and 14 only then knew what kind of danger he had just experienced. Let's leave here first, Chung Gung Shing said immediately. There must be some secret hidden in the withered yard. And now Chung Gung Shing could not even detect it. If it were not for the swastika that Ku Ju left on Jiang Wang would not be an exception. This was enough to show that the secret hidden in the ruins of the withered yard was not something they could reach with their current strength. Chung Gung Shing was of course a smart person. So he chose to leave immediately, not even caring about the answers that he wanted to find. If he was curious without strength, he would be courting death. However, just as they were about to leave, a new voice rang out from outside. This time, it was not just Jiang Wang, but all three of them heard it. That sound was, bang bang, bang, bang. Chapter 387. Fire and Theft Prevention, Long and Peaceful Night. Bang bang, bang, bang. When the sound reached their ears, they heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the night watchman. The sound was slow and fast, which meant that it was already the fourth night watch. For the night watchman, one slow and one fast, 3 times in a row meant the end of the night watch, which meant the beginning of the night. One sound followed by another, and like this many times, it was the second watch. The third night watch meant 1 slow and 2 fast, the fourth night watch meant 1 slow and 3 fast, and the fifth night watch meant 1 slow and 4 fast. Therefore, they only needed to listen to the sound of the night watchman hitting the bamboo clapper to know the time. They didn't know what they had done in the withered yard, but they had unknowingly spent so much time there. But on second thought, they became nervous again. The withered yard had been abandoned for many years, and there was no one nearby. Why would the night watchman come here? The 3 of them had high cultivation and were not timid, so they weren't afraid of ghosts and monsters. However, after experiencing Jiang Wang's strange encounter, they were inevitably a little vigilant. They looked at each other. 14, who was wearing the heavy mountain armor, walked in front silently. Jiang Wang's hand was on his sword, and he and Chung Gung Shing followed on his left and right. They naturally formed a small formation, which was a tacit understanding from the battlefield. As mentioned earlier, there was a pool of stagnant water outside the ruins of the withered yard. It was said to be a big pit left after the mountain was pulled out and melted into the Buddha, and it was filled with rainwater. After the 3 of them walked out of the ruins, they saw a slightly stooped person standing beside the pool of stagnant water with his back facing them. He was wearing a shabby leather hat and a tattered coat, and he was holding a lantern made of white paper, which was hanging above the pool. 14 was wearing heavy armor, and he didn't deliberately control himself when he was ready, so when he walked, it was inevitable that the sound of armor rubbing against each other could be heard. Who is it? The person beside the pool turned his head sharply. The pale light shone on an old face, and his eyes were wide open, but there was no trace of life. He was blind. Stagnant water, blind man, white lantern, his hands didn't stop, and he was still hitting the bamboo clapper. Bang, 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 bang. The fourth night watch. A passerby, Chung Gungshing said in a low voice. The stooped blind man stopped banging the clapper and said, "Don't bully this old man for being blind, this old man's heart is clear." He couldn't sense any cultivation from him. But as soon as he said this, the three of them felt an invisible pressure. Jiang Yan's voice suddenly came from the netherworld candle in Tongtian Palace. "If I were you, I would immediately flee this place and ignore everything else." Jiang Yan's voice was very cautious. With the explosive speed of flame meteor, he might be able to escape faster than Chung Gungshing and 14. But Jiang Wang just clenched the hilt of his sword and ignored Jiang Yan's suggestion. "We don't dare to deceive you. We're going back now." The night watchman was motionless, and the white lantern seemed to be frozen in the air. He asked slowly, "Do you know where this is?" Jiang Wang was indeed more sincere and trustworthy. Therefore, Chung Gungshing remained silent and allowed Jiang Wang to negotiate. Jiang Wang thought for a moment, then replied, "It's an abandoned temple." "Do you see anything?" "What I see is broken walls and ruins. What I see is just a mental obstacle." The night watchman asked again, "Do you know the way back?" "I remember it clearly." What Jiang Wang said was indeed not the least bit false. The night watchman paused for a moment, then said, "Be careful of the road, don't disturb the neighbors." Saying this, he pulled the white lantern to the side, as if to guide the way for the three of them. "Thank you, old man," Jiang Wang said, and was about to pass by. Chung Gungshing suddenly asked, "Old man, why are you holding the white lantern? It seems like you're offering a sacrifice to something?" The night watchman said, "Maybe the paint is off. I'm blind and can't see." Chung Gungshing said, "Where does old man live? I'll send someone to fix the paint for you." The night watchman raised the white lantern to his eyes, as if his blind eyes could vaguely perceive some of the colors of the world. However, the light of the white lantern shone on his wrinkled face, making him look particularly strange. He said slowly, "If you're sincere, why don't you come home with me? I'll fix it now." Chung Gungshing shrank back. "No need, old man is more important." Without saying anything else, the three of them left the place seemingly casually but vigilantly. After walking for a long distance, when they turned back, they could no longer see the light of the white lantern. Chung Gungshing said solemnly, "There's indeed something strange in the withered yard. Otherwise, there's no need to specially arrange an unfathomable night watchman here." Night watchmen were a very common profession, but they were paid by the government after all. In a sense, they were also part of the government. Night watchmen were also divided into different levels. As everyone knew, night watchmen, other than telling the time and reminding people to guard against fire and theft, had another function: exorcism. When it came to supernatural beings, ordinary night watchmen certainly couldn't do this. The night watchman outside the ruins of the withered yard should be the most terrifying one. With the current strength of Jiang Wang and the others, they couldn't see through him at all. What kind of secret led to such a powerful night watchman patrolling the withered yard so many years after it was razed to the ground? And why could it trigger the change of the swastika and interrogate the Taoist heart? Jiang Wang certainly knew why Chung Gungshing attached so much importance to this question. The strangeness of the withered yard was probably related to his father's change back then. Jiang Wang asked in the Tongtian Palace, "Do you know anything about the night watchman just now?" Jiang Yan reminded him to run away just now, so he must have some judgment. However, Mingzhu didn't move at all, and Jiang Yan didn't say a word. He's quite bad-tempered. We can only put it aside for the time being," Jiang Wang said seriously. Without enough strength, it was useless to think about anything. Chung Gungxing also nodded. I know. He asked. I didn't have time to ask, what did you gain in the withered yard? I feel that your aura is more agile and your momentum is more stable. Life and death, withered glory, life and death are like a turn. The withered yard must have been an extraordinary place back then, Jiang Wang said. My Taoist heart is more stable now, and I've also noticed some problems in my body. He had a realization in his heart. My lifespan is not full enough. This will be a barrier that will prevent me from advancing further in my cultivation. After asking his own conscience, he had a clear conscience. While he was strengthening his Taoist heart, he also noticed his own regret. Back in Maplewood City, when he used the white bone escape method, he had consumed a life-raising pill and a longevity fruit, but he still couldn't make up for it completely. Maybe this was one of the reasons why he couldn't reach the limit of the reaching heaven state back then. This was still the disadvantage of lacking the guidance of a famous teacher. Many problems could only be discovered after bumping into a wall, or even after bumping into a wall and bleeding head. When Chung Gungxing gave him the longevity fruit, he thought it helped him make up for his regrets, but in fact it was still not enough. Chung Gungxing said with a nod, if you can discover the problem, you can solve it. If you need anything, just tell me at any time. The 14 men in heavy armor trod soundlessly on the long street. The three of them quickly blended into the night of Lindsay. And in the boundless darkness behind them, a white lantern flashed past. Bang, 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 bang. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 388. Jiang Wang's trip to the ruins of the withered yard was a blessing in disguise. There was nothing more important in the soaring dragon realm than cleansing one's Tao heart. This time, he was even more confident that he would be able to clear away his ignorance after probing his inner heart. Of course, the effort of cultivation itself was still accumulated over time. This fatty is very shrewd. Be careful when you fall into his trap. While Jiang Wang was cultivating, Jiang Yan's voice suddenly sounded from the nether candle. Jiang Yan, I thought you understood the principle of distant relatives. You are me and I am you. Who's distant and who's close, do you see it clearly? Jiang Wang controlled the soaring dragon of his Tao meridian and jumped into the mist of ignorance, too lazy to pay attention. Why did Jiang Yan suddenly remind him to be wary of Chung Gungxing? Jiang Wang wouldn't even consider this question. Some questions only needed to be considered to fall into a trap. Jiang Yan had Jiang Yan's plan, and Jiang Wang had his own judgment. No matter what, cultivation was the foundation of everything. He knew that he wasn't as smart as Zhao Ruqing, nor was he as far-sighted as Chung Gungxing. All he could do was cultivate hard and grab hold of everything he could. He would give up on interference and not do stupid things that the Zheng people would suspect. No matter what Jiang Yan was planning, he wouldn't fall for it. Li Longchuan wasn't lying when he said that Chung Gungxing's gift swallowed mountains and rivers. Back when he left the Heavenly Palace secret realm, he gave a longevity fruit to Jiang Wang. This was proof. Lifespan was a very mysterious thing. It was predetermined, but it was also unpredictable. Before one witnessed it, it would never be constant. Only when one witnessed it would it be fixed. There was an old saying in divination, "The greatest mystery of the heavens is the most unpredictable." It spoke of the mysteries of lifespan. Generally speaking, a person's lifespan was more of a range than a specific number. For example, Zhang San was young and strong. Those who were slightly knowledgeable could determine that his lifespan was at least 50 years old. However, he did not have any means of recuperating, so it would be difficult for him to live to 80 years old. Some experienced doctors could tell that Zhang San's qi and blood were slightly lacking. He probably wouldn't live past 60, but reaching 30 wasn't a problem. Some of the more powerful cultivators were able to see through the details of Zhang San's physical body. From there, they were able to narrow down the range even further and see between 40 and 50. For example, the first time state preceptor Yu Guo saw Jiang Wang, he knew that Jiang Wang's lifespan was short. This was also the reason. Some ordinary people could also know that their time was up before they died. This was the feedback from his body. This kind of limit was fate. However, it was not impossible to change one's fate. Similarly, if a person grew up in luxury, he would naturally live longer than if he was hungry and full. It was the same for cultivators who consumed pills and treasures. For example, the year-nourishing pill and longevity fruit were all like this. However, the heavens have their own laws, and their lifespans are limited. All of these life-prolonging treasures could only be used once. Taking more than one would be useless. For example, after taking the year-nourishing pill that could increase one's lifespan by 1 year, the effects would be better. Year-nourishing pills that could increase one's lifespan by 3, 4, or even 5 years would all be useless. For example, after Jiang Wang took the longevity fruit that could increase one's lifespan by 20 years, the longevity fruit of any age would no longer be useful. This prevented the possibility of life-prolonging treasures being completely monopolized by some peerless cultivators, because monopolization was useless to them. Due to this, the state preceptor Yu Guo, Zhaotsang, had very subtle thoughts when he gave Jiang Wang a year-nourishing pill that could increase one's lifespan by 1 year. For ordinary people, and even ordinary xiuzhe, increasing one's lifespan by 1 year was a good thing. However, with Jiang Wang's potential, he definitely had a chance to buy a better year-nourishing pill in the future. However, after taking this 1 year-nourishing pill, he lost all hope of increasing his lifespan through this path. It was only after Jiang Wang had arrived in the state of qi that he realized what was going on when he looked back. There was a limit to one's lifespan. This limit had been discovered by the sages. It was exactly 129 years and 6 months. This was indeed the record for the longest lifespan of a mortal who had not cultivated or taken any life-prolonging treasures recorded in history. The so-called transcendence surpassed the power of mortals, but it was difficult to break the limit of one's lifespan. Unlike mortals, xiuzhe had a healthy body and were immune to diseases, so they could approach the end of their lifespan with relative ease. On the other hand, it was difficult for mortals to live past 90. Xiuzhe had more opportunities to come into contact with life-prolonging treasures, but the dangers of losing one's lifespan during xiuzhe were also difficult for mortals to encounter. Some injuries could not be healed at all. Therefore, in terms of lifespan, some xiuzhe might not even be as long as mortals. In terms of xiuzhe itself, xiuzhe would still suffer from the decline of qi and blood all the way to the outer building realm. Even someone as strong as Ji Qing, who was at the peak of the outer building realm, had his qi and blood deteriorated and his xiuzhe regressed after his body was injured and his spirit was damaged. If he had not held on, he would not have been able to survive until the Battle of Qiyang. Only after reaching the divine arrival realm could one seal one's qi and blood and stabilize one's true body. It was called the golden body jade marrow, and the body was indestructible. Until death, one would not suffer from the decline of qi and blood. Until death, one could maintain one's peak state. This was the reason why the divine arrival realm was called the immortal realm in ancient times. Xiuzhe could easily live past the limit of one's lifespan after reaching the divine arrival realm. The divine arrival realm was also seen as truly breaking the limit of one's lifespan. "I'm like a god" was not just about power. In the ancient times, chaos was the main theme. Even those in the divine arrival realm could not guarantee their safety. The legend of Immortal continued until the first divine arrival realm expert who did not suffer from illness or disaster died of old age at the age of 518. That person maintained the golden body jade marrow for his entire life. The moment he died, he aged and collapsed. The immortal realm became a fake immortal. Leaving aside the higher realms, when Jiang Wang was in the ruins of the withered yard, he asked himself, and his Tao heart became firmer. Looking at himself, he understood his regret. He needed to make up for the loss of his lifespan due to the White Bone Path's evil art. He needed to make up for the limit of one's lifespan. It was not that he would not be able to improve if he did not make up for this regret. It was just that his future cultivation would be more difficult. However, anything that could increase one's lifespan was a treasure. Chung Geng-shing's longevity fruit was coincidental. When he went to find the longevity fruit to make friends with Jiang Wang, he did not have much confidence. The world's treasures were hard to come by. He could only keep them in his heart and wait for the right opportunity. 2 days passed peacefully. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. He had fought more than 100 battles in the great illusionary realm. Until this afternoon, an uninvited guest came to the Sunset Mountain Villa. The person was still on the way, but the gift arrived first. Gold, silver, jewels, jades, and emeralds. There were 8 loads of these things. They were not much. The land deeds and medicine store deeds listed on the gift list were the most important. These were things that Chung Geng-shing urgently needed to establish the Dishing Chamber of Commerce. If they were to reopen the big market in the Yangland, they would not have enough food and medicine. Although the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce also allocated large amounts of resources, they could not completely satisfy Chung Geng-shing's appetite. After all, no matter how big the business in the Yangland was, most of it belonged to Chung Geng-shing. 2 horses with demonic beast bloodlines pulled the carriage. A soaring dragon realm expert was the coachman. The 2 guards who followed the carriage were also in high spirit. The ostentation was not small, and the sincerity was not lacking. First, the gifts were presented, then the visitation card, and the carriage followed. However, when this extremely extravagant carriage arrived in front of the villa, the door was tightly shut. The gifts that were previously delivered were neatly placed outside the door. The door was closed. The owner of the carriage had just lifted the curtain. There was a whoosh. The visitation card that was sent out flashed and stabbed into the carriage door. Chapter 389. It was a slender hand that lifted the curtain. Then, a thin sleeve with golden edges revealed a black hair bun. That person raised his head. His face was full of pockmarks. Objectively speaking, his facial features were not ugly, but those pockmarks could not be ignored. It was really unsightly. When the invitation flew over, the man didn't move at all. Only when the thin invitation accurately pierced the carriage door did he turn his head slightly. The golden embroidered Bao character on the invitation was very eye-catching. The soaring dragon realm coachman, driving the carriage, suppressed the frightened horses with one hand and said angrily, "This bastard is too much." The 2 guards beside the carriage were also in the soaring dragon realm. They pulled out their swords almost at the same time, ready to kill if the master was humiliated. Bao Zhongqing stretched out his hand and took down the invitation card without any damage. He played it down, showing that he had a first-class cultivation base. Huff, he gently blew away the wood shavings on the invitation. Then, he frowned and said, "Why are you shouting?" He glanced at his guards and said, "Put away your swords. I'm here as a guest today. What are you doing?" The coachman shut up and the guards put away their swords. He got off the carriage and brushed away the non-existent dust on his sleeve. He said calmly, "Based on the relationship between the 2 families, it is normal for young Master Xing to be hostile to me. Since we took the initiative to be friends, how can we be so ungracious?" The Bao family and the Zhonggenjia were like fire and water. This was something everyone knew. To be able to be the political enemy of the Zhonggenjia, the Bao family was not simple. A family with 3 counts, one of which was hereditary. Their power was involved in both the military and the political world, and they were not much weaker than the Zhonggenjia. Bao Zhongqing was the second son of the current Count Shuafang, the head of the Bao family. He was also the son of a first-class aristocratic family in Linzi. Although he did not look good, his actions were quite magnanimous. Holding the invitation, he walked past the abandoned gifts outside the door. He walked to the door and knocked lightly. It had to be said that this gesture was well done. No one could find fault with it. The doorman of the Sunset Mountain Villa said respectfully from behind the door, "Please go back." Young Master Xing said that he will not see any guests today. Bao Zhongqing stopped and said with a sincere voice, "Please pass the message that the visiting Bao family's Bao Zhongqing is here. I don't have any other intentions in coming here. I sincerely wish to befriend you." Scram! The roar was like a sudden clap of thunder, startling the two horses pulling the carriage. It was indeed Cheng Gengxing's voice. No matter how good Bao Zhongqing's demeanor was, he could no longer maintain his composure. His voice sank as he said, "Cheng Gengxing, aren't you being shameless?" With a creak, the door opened. Cheng Gengxing rolled up his sleeves and walked out. "Hey, pockmarked Bao, you sent your face to me to be slapped, and now you think it's too painful?" Pockmarked Bao, everyone in Linzi knew that this was Bao Zhongqing's taboo. His face was red with anger, and the pockmarks on his face became even more obvious. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. At this moment, the driver jumped down from the carriage and walked forward. With an angry expression, he said, "If the master is humiliated, the servant will die. Young master, please allow me to teach him a lesson for you." Cheng Gengxing glanced at the man's abnormally thick skeletal hands. Oh, the sea overturning hand yen air? This man was from the Lulan forest. Back then, he and his group of 18 roamed Linhai County and plundered everywhere. He was known as the first soaring dragon of Linhai. Even Cheng Gengxing had heard of his name. It could be seen that he was indeed extraordinary. But the fat man's tone changed and instantly became cold. "After becoming the Bao family's dog, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth?" Yen Er pursed his lips unconcernedly and said, "Young Master Chongxian, do you want to teach me a lesson?" Clang! 14 took a step out of the courtyard, making the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. Jiang Wang also came out, but he just watched the show with a smile and didn't say anything. He had confidence in Yen Er's and Cheng Gengxing's strength. Bao Zhongqing blocked Yen Er with his hand and looked at Cheng Gengxing with a gloomy face. "You're in a good situation now? So what if Zhongxian Zun managed to cultivate it? What if you face Wang Yiwu? You still want to be entangled with the grudges of the older generation? Can you tell which is more important? Wang Yiwu is a blockhead, Yonggenzuan is a caged bird. You can't even see that my situation is great, and you still dare to ask me if I can tell which is more important?" Cheng Gengxing's expression was arrogant and his attitude was very bad. "Go back and tidy yourself up. I'll see how much face you can pick up." Swish! The sound of a blade being unsheathed. Two sounds were made simultaneously. Two of Bao Zhongqing's bodyguards came forward. These two were Pingxi's twin demons. They were famous in Pingxi of the border prefecture and were known as the Twin Blades' inner residents. Since they were taken in by Bao Zhongqing, they had made a name for themselves in Linzi. Of course, since the Yang territory entered Qi territory, Pingxi prefecture was no longer a border prefecture. Cheng Gengxing's expression was still arrogant. Yen Er still leaned on his sword and didn't move. Jiang Wang still smiled faintly and didn't say anything. They had all fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield. In front of them, the so-called fierce reputation of the Lulan was not worth mentioning. Bao Zhongqing glared at Cheng Gengxing for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and looked at Jiang Wang. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Wang was puzzled, but to avoid trouble, he explained, "I'm just his friend and I'm staying here temporarily." You can solve your conflicts by yourselves, don't worry about me. He believed in Chung Gung-shing and 14th strength, so there was nothing wrong with slacking off occasionally. Therefore, he didn't say anything excessive from the beginning to the end, nor did he do anything that could cause a misunderstanding. He didn't expect to be found fault with this. I'm asking you, what are you laughing at? Bao Zhongqing was like an extreme person who finally couldn't hold back his temper and roared at Jiang Wang. This was clearly finding fault, and it was unavoidable. Jiang Wang was angered and said coldly, I'm laughing at you, so what? Bao Zhongqing nodded, took a step back, and pointed forward. Kill him. Almost at the same time, the two bodyguards and the coachman, 3 soaring dragon realm experts, attacked. Jiang Wang was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He wanted to kill to establish his authority, but he definitely couldn't kill Chung Gung-shing. As Chung Gung-shing's bodyguard and a man of sacrifice who grew up with him, killing 14 would be an irreconcilable hatred. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, he was a good choice since he was just a hanger-on. Good my ass. Do I look so easy to be killed? Do you think you can be so picky? Jiang Wang pulled out his sword angrily and blocked the saber that came first. Sword light swirled and blocked 3 attacks with one sword. First the saber, then the palm, and then the saber. Then, Yen Er put his thick bony hands in the air, as if covering the sky. The twin killers of Pingxi crossed their sabers, and the 2 sabers cooperated perfectly, rolling into a ball of brilliant saber light. The saber light was like the sea. Jiang Wang shouted, You two don't have to interfere. He was truly angered this time, and was determined to prove his strength. But he glanced at them from the corner of his eye. He didn't need to say anything. When the 3 people rushed over, Chung Gung-shing and 14 retreated to the courtyard tacitly. Their bodies were very relaxed, as if they were watching a show leisurely. Damn it! He cursed silently in his heart. Jiang Wang didn't retreat but moved forward. He crashed into the saber light as if he wanted to die. Chapter 390. The saber light was like an ocean, and a pair of large hands covered the world. The twin demons of Pingxi and the hand of overturning the sea were well coordinated, and their power was astonishing. Jiang Wang crashed into the ocean of saber light with a determined attitude, like a moth flying into a flame. Intuition made him feel like he was sending himself to death. But in the ocean of saber light, a ball of sword light suddenly exploded. This sword light was like the rising moon, calm and cold, but it would never change. It rose out of the ocean and shattered the saber light. But how could the pair of hand of overturning the sea catch the moonlight? The bright moon illuminated the sky. Jiang Wang broke the palm momentum with his sword and jumped up. With just one sword, he broke the combined attack of the 2 sabers and Yen Er's palm. This was not a moth flying into a flame, it was a furious dragon overturning the sea. The hand of overturning the sea, Yen Er, was known as the #1 soaring dragon in Linhai Commandery. The twin demons of Pingxi, whose twin sabers could cut through the inner palace, were also among the top soaring dragon realm experts in Pingxi Commandery. In their respective commandery cities, they were among the best in the same realm, and naturally had confidence. However, a random hanger-on from the Zhongshuan family had broken their joint attack. Only then did they realize that this was Linzi, the imperial capital of Deqi, the most majestic city in the eastern region. Experts were like rain and the strong were like clouds. It was an eye-opener. Jiang Wang was in the air, and his fingers were like butterflies flying through flowers, changing rapidly. The crown of thorns flashed above his head. Following that, flowers began to fall from the sky one after another. Each of them swayed gently in the wind, creating a beautiful scene. The ocean of flame flowers spread out. The illusory flame flowers alternated between reality and illusion, either confusing one's vision or burning one's body. With the support of the crown of thorns, their power increased greatly. When Yen Er was driving the carriage, he was curled up and his figure was ordinary. But now, he made an outward movement, and his whole body seemed to inflate. Of course, this was just a visual illusion, but when he released his aura, people realized that he was originally an 8-foot-tall man. The movements of the hands with abnormally thick joints became extremely slow, as if they were under tremendous pressure and were stirring in the deep sea. However, other than the disciples of the Xia Mountain Villa, everyone present was an expert. Naturally, they could see that Yen Second's hands were clearly stirring up the air, Tao energy, and even the Qi field. This pair of hands was truly worthy of the name overturning the sea. It was indeed ferocious. There were many private residences of influential people near Sunset Mountain. Very few people would not pay attention to Chung Gungxing's Sunset Mountain Villa. With this commotion, more and more people came out to watch. But when they saw that the opponents were the Bao family and the Zhonggenjia, nobody dared to approach. For these people, many of them could not understand the battle situation. But Yen Er came in a menacing manner, like a giant trying to uproot a city. It was still shocking. The pair of big hands seemed to be stirring slowly but rapidly, and then suddenly tore outwards. The sea of flowers swayed and then split open in the middle. The hand overturning the sea of flowers tore open the sea of flowers. At this moment, from the gap, 2 blades of light slashed out at the same time. Like silver fish leaping into the water, they tore open the gap and rushed towards Jiang Wang at the same time. This coordination was like one. It required tacit understanding, and more importantly, the strength of this tacit understanding. The twin killers of Pingxi. The 2 blades were parallel in the air. The trajectory was mysterious, like 2 arcs of light hanging upside down. Just 2 arcs of light. That was the appearance of the blade light being compressed to the extreme. Concise and dangerous. Sharp and cold. This was the killing power of their entire lives. After using the crown of thorns to strengthen the sea of flowers, Jiang Wang had enough time to prepare a powerful Dao technique, such as the 8 tones flame sparrow, to end the battle. But instead, he only stopped in the air, his sword hanging at his side. He even closed his eyes, as if he was so arrogant that he wanted to give up the initiative in the battle. As if he was so stupid that he wanted to wait for the opponent to break through the sea of flowers before counterattacking. This was especially laughable and infuriating. Bao Zhongqing looked on coldly. Intentionally or unintentionally, he turned towards Chung Gungxing and 14. If they wanted to help, he would stop them immediately. However, both Chung Gungxing and 14 remained calm. As if they tacitly allowed Jiang Wang to be so arrogant. Why? They were all in the Soaring Dragon Realm, but he was facing the strongest Soaring Dragon Realm masters in a county. He was still fighting 1 against 3. Even the bystanders had the mentality of watching a good show. They wanted to see the miserable state of this person when he stumbled. This kind of resentment and expectation only lasted for a short time. Because the sea of flowers had been torn apart. Because the 2 arcs of light had already arrived. Because Jiang Wang opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Tired, old, powerless, tormented, but firm, fierce, high-spirited, and proud. Those should not be Jiang Wang's eyes. If Chung Gungxing were to say it, he would blurt out a name, Ji Qing. When the Taoist heart became clearer and firmer, the benefits would be reflected in all aspects. The first to bear the brunt was the sword doctrine. Jiang Wang had traveled tens of thousands of miles and combined it with his own cultivation to summarize the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. It allowed him to establish himself among the strongest reaching heaven states. The framework of these 3 swords was very broad. It was strong in the word broad, but it was also weak in the word broad. Just take the sword of boundless sea of men as an example. With 1 sword, the sea of men was already boundless. Of course, he felt lost. However, how much did he understand about the sea of men, or even more, How much did he understand about the people? There were all kinds of people in the world. He, Jiang Wang, had experienced a lot and gone through a lot. But after all, he was not 20 years old. He had not traveled all over the world. Could he say with certainty that he understood the word people? For example, after coming to Linzi, he saw the true meaning of the sea of men. The sword of boundless sea of men had made some progress. After experiencing a lot, he finally saw the magnificence of a drop of water in this vast sea of men. This magnificence had always been there. It was only after his Tao heart had been cleansed that he could completely reflect it. Jiang Wang's sword moved. His sword momentum could be said to be weak and slow, but it gave people the feeling that it was heroic and strong. This sword was called the Old General past his prime. Although the old general was old, he could still die for the country. Give me a longbow for the country. Give me this broken body. When the country was destroyed, the old general held up the sky with one hand. Although the country collapsed in the end, the old general died because of the burden. But that spirit was high-spirited and heroic. Chang Xiangxi approached the two arcs of light in an almost weak manner. But at the moment of collision, the Qi soared into the sky and toppled the mountains and overturned the seas. The two extremely condensed saber lights gathered all the killing power into a line. It could be said to be the peak of Pingxi's twin evils. But it collapsed at the first touch. Like the collapse of a mountain, this sword held the mountain. Like the surge of a flood, this sword blocked the flood. When it was impossible, it became impossible. He was a hero when he was born, and he was also a hero when he was old. He was a hero when he became a hero, and he was also a hero when he was defeated. This sword was an old general past his prime, and this sword was also a hero of the world. The saber light shattered, the palm momentum broke, and people flew in disorder. The twin evils of Pingxi who could break through the inner mansion were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, shattering the saber light with one sword. The number one in Linhai, Tinglong, Lu Lin, and Yen Er, seemed to shake the tree, and people flew with the sword. Jiang Wang landed on the ground and directly sheathed his sword. All the momentum, light, and shadow disappeared. In front of the Xiashan villa, there was silence, as if nothing had happened, if it were not for the three people lying at Bao Zhongqing's feet. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.